choose in the meantime your talking piece, and whoever has the talking piece will be able, yeah, nice, will be able to talk. Okay, so as we have a very interesting subject today, I would invite you to start with a 5-minute meditation. Well, it will not be a meditation, but it will be kind of an introduction to our subject, okay? So can you please close your eyes and just take a deep breath several times. Breathe deeply and slowly. And take yourself back in time to the beginning of time, to the beginning of the existence of this earth and the people on it. And then when you are there, just start to see, feel, experience the evolution of the earth and humanity. Slowly go forward through the ages, eons of life. See the changes and the challenges. Slowly go forward hundreds and thousands years forward. And while looking and experiencing all that, feel yourself changing. Notice any change in the shape, in consciousness, in roles, whoever you may be there. And slowly come back to the present moment, to the last century, seeing the changes and evolution of the earth and the humanity, to the present moment now. Who you are and who you can become. And slowly seeing the future. Are you the same? Or are you different? Okay. And then again, come back to the present moment, take a deep breath and open your eyes. And then I will open the session and I will ask you, how ready are you for change? I'm giving the talking piece into the center, so whoever is ready to start, please.
Somebody has to start.
But you can start.
Thank you, Lena, for so much. You brought me made me laughing during the meditation because I was like coming from the media background, thinking about people who believe in creation design, for example, who had only 6 days to go through the meditation, where we all others had thousands of years. So this is also part of the 21st century. which were Finnish flat earthers among us who are really clearly stating their beliefs in or not believing in the science and evidence of science, also part of our societies. So a lot of change around, and change is really like everyday thing for me, and the only thing I love above everything. So that's what I can say about change for me. Thank you very much for the introduction.
Thank you. Who else would like to contribute to our dialogue next? Yeah. Fernanda.
Yeah, thank you very much, Elena, and everybody. And well, I think as humanity, as you made your point with the meditation session, I think we are every day ready for changes, although we would not survive as humankind. Maybe maybe some people can adapt different. Well, I think some people adapt differently to changes, but I think change is part of our humankind. So I believe that I'm always ready to change, and this is something that I enjoy as well. So.
Go on, Anna Grace.
Hi, everyone. Nice to be here with all of you. Change is it's a weird concept, I'd say. I think I agree with Fernanda. It's part of our being. We have been, and through the exercises you did in the beginning, Elena, I think we have been through tremendous change over billions of years on this earth. However, we seem to be resistant to it. And that's why it's a tricky concept, I would say. That's it.
Okay. Please.
I don't, my pause don't work. So I have to just like unmute and say, hi, I'm holding up my speaking stick. So I'm also, I think, quite ready for change, but I'm concerned, I think, that we're in a period where we may actually try to reverse the change that's already happened and go back to something else. Sort of, as we reach the end of where we are at this terrible global traumatic event, I think we're at this point now where people are beginning to long for what was. And so I think it's interesting that we're having this discussion about change today, because what I fear is the opposite happening today.
Interesting point of view. Okay. Bianca, maybe you can say something, or can I?
Difficulty. I have some sometimes I can't hear well sometimes, so I'm not sure that I got everything you said. So for the introduction, and I really appreciated what you said, and I think we are ready for change, and I like the child. So it has been for him. It seems quite a change if I look at his picture, and I personally think what Anna Grace said is, wow, this is quite interesting. We are going through a moment quite interesting to consider if we are looking for change, if there is something from us, is it something that really can be initiated in us ourselves, or is it really we need something that change? This is quite interesting for me to think about.
Thank you. So I would contribute a bit to the discussion. So yeah, change is inevitable. Also, we are, as Anna Grace said, resistant to change, pretty much. And there is something in the discussion of, what is the pronunciation? Jade, Kate, I don't know, that really the change can be really reversible. Maybe we are coming back to the beginnings, to what is natural and what really is a lifestyle that we would like to have, relaxed, and really natural lifestyle. So I would also, I'm often wondering in these times, how many options do we have? And how comfortable we are with those options. What do you think?
Well, I think that we have also to see this back to the beginnings as a process of change as well. I was thinking while listening to others on the worst or the most important change we are facing right now, and that is not something we can, or it seems something that we cannot control, that it's climate change. So it's it's something that we provoked as humanity during changes we've been doing to survive, maybe. And now it's something that we have to rechange. Maybe we have to think on solutions to reverse it, or maybe to first to stop it and to reverse it, or to make something else of it. So in any case, I think it would be change as well. We have to continue changing the way we think, the way we produce, the way we act in the world, in the present. So the future or the continuity of it is better for, well, something very complicated to say, because maybe we cannot decide what's better now for what's going to be in the future. But considering all we have, all we know about the changes that the world has been through, maybe, well, it's now I'm confusing myself, but it's it's a point that I would like to add also to the dialogue. So
Thank you. Robert.
I think I'm a person who really, as I told, I love the challenge by change, and dealing with change is something really I enjoy, professionally, privately, and having the transformation feeling is really something that satisfies me very much. But I see also very much people around me who aren't able to or struggle with all the challenges around, and really have difficulties to go through the changes in the speed or pace we have as societies. I mean, imagine back 20, 30 years ago, all the computer capacity was the same I have now in a smartphone. So it was a worldwide capacity of computers. And also the pandemic, climate change, really very difficult, complex issues where you don't have one answer. And this is, for me, also the answers that we don't have, or we shouldn't actually search for one answer to all these problems or challenges we face. And also we shouldn't try to find one new system which fits everyone. I think the system which could fit everyone is really the establishment of a connection between people with different attitudes towards change, towards transformation, towards problems, also towards desires for satisfaction and luck and happiness. Happiness, not luck. So, and this is what I think will be the future societies, that we really somehow bring together all the viewpoints, all the fears, and all the struggles people have in different ways, and respect each other with all the problems. I was laughing about people who are, as we described now also in this session already, going back as a process of development we went through as a society. I don't see it as a going back. I see it as one of the ways people can deal with the problems they face, the challenges they face. And not everyone is in the same shape to deal like very progressively science orientated and whatever needed for the common society. We really have to find respect for each other, even if we believe that this is not the way forward but the way back. But still, if it helps someone to deal with the world around, it's very important to respect it and to accept it and to integrate it in a way society can commonly move forward. How? That's a big question I can't give an answer to.
Thank you. Anna.
So it's quite interesting. I was thinking while Fernanda and Roberts was talking, I was thinking also how the system that we're in, it can be divided and into many different things. If we look at it from high in space, Earth itself is an ecosystem, and then either way you take it, from top to bottom or from bottom to top, we are part of different circles of different ecosystems, whether that is our natural environment, whether that is our societies, our friends, our families, and our states, our the unions and the different versions of it. How we operate within them, within those ecosystems, within those bubbles, is how we are led to different options of how we conduct our everyday lives, or what is our stance on different issues like climate change or equality or equity, and all these different current topics, in discussion and in a European but also global level.
Thank you. Robert?
Thank you so much. It was really the issue where I see exactly the point where we should start, because in these bubbles or ecosystems, as you described it, people are still basically, because of the common reasons, we all actually have a desire for a better world. We have all desire for a better society. I would even state even Nazis among us, in a way, are for a better society. The problem is how they, or like mainstream guy who is involved in such a movement is manipulated or abused by the political leadership, for example, or some others powerful guys in power. But an average citizen, they search or are seeking for a system in their lives, for a structure, for safety. And what I see as a problem is when these bubbles start to fight each other. Somebody who believes in climate change feels everyone who doesn't believe is really stupid, and shows a big disrespect to this person, which is something I can understand, believing in climate change and really worrying about our world. But on the other hand, basically people. I looked at many of such people who are going away from this mainstream progressive issue, especially like in political campaigns where you have different people to talk to. And for example, somebody who denies climate change might do that also because of reasons, economical reasons, very much, because it's really they're hardly hit. Their families are hardly hit by one another solution or problem which is argued by climate change, like belonging to an old industry or whatever. And they are lacking basically also political or also common social solutions for their specific issues. As they don't get the response, the solution. They aren't against the world or the society, as they don't want to kill everyone, especially the next generation after the next generation. That's not really what they are trying to reach. They need the safety at the moment for themselves, for the family, for example, or also all the problems with populist movements abusing refugee issues, for example, asylum seekers and whatever, all the racist nationalists. That's something we all faced in our history so many times. Again, Elena, thank you very much for this invitation, because if you look back on the 20th century, nothing new is around us. At the moment, even the climate change issue we discussed since end of 60s oldies. So we just really should find a way to talk to each other in a form which shows respect and solves the problems which are as diverse as our world is at the moment. Going back.
Thank you. Please, our friend.
I think that there's some complexity, I think, to that, and I think that I'm not convinced that that there's a universal desire amongst all of humanity for there to be some kind of better world. And the reason why I think that is because if you look at certain actions or certain activity, it's very clearly a lot more dynamic than that, I think. And so I think for me, the question isn't around this assumption that everybody is operating from the same baseline where we are trying to build a better world for as many people as possible. And instead, it's in that nuance that we'll find something that's, I think, far more pragmatic. So, for example, the issue with we mentioned fascists before. The issue here is less about like reaching across the aisle to fascists and more about creating sustainable or livable conditions for people who they are reaching to, right? And so there are people like I think it's a mistake to consider those who advocate for the extermination of entire classes of people or regions or things like that, whether it's in an ideological sense or from an economic sense. There is I think that's a very big. I think that that's playing on a different playing with a different set of rules to those kinds of people. And so I think what's the mistake that's been made, I think, in the last as we've tried to cultivate some kind of larger movement towards a more just world, is less about reaching out to those kinds of people and more about offering real alternatives to the people who they're reaching to. And I mean, it's essentially like, it's essentially comes down to economic opportunity, community determination, and a sense of people having some form of control over their own destinies. And essentially that's like what we have not been able to cultivate over it was essentially since the global financial crash of 2008. And so that has led to directly a search on an international level for alternatives. And those alternatives will manifest in different ways in different societies. And so I think it's really important when we talk about populism in this context, that populism itself is one of many tools that can be used to exert some form of an opinion on the future of what a future looks like. And so I think it's important not to get it's important to recognize that the number one thing I think we need to solve for, or the number one thing that we need to come to some form of consensus over, is like what are we collectively offering, and how is it superior to what's being promised already from all sorts of other groups.
Thank you, Fernanda, please.
Well, I've been reading some things about resilience these days, and thinking on this concept that move our talk today, our debate, our dialogue.
Dialogue.
And there's something that caught my attention, and I think it has some relation on what we have been discussing. In some way, populisms and fascism showed or are showing to be much more resilient than other collective proposals throughout at least the 20th century and 21st century. In this 21st first decades of the 21st century, I think we are seeing a revival of populisms as a response for crisis and for the need of change, maybe. And there's something that caught my attention on reading on resilience. I have to read it because it talks about, well, some of people who are thinking on this concept makes a point that it has one of the aspects of resilience is the strongly held values, or the propensity to make meaning of terrible times for one and for others, for themselves or for others. And it's curious because it's not related to like, it's not not necessarily it has an ethical purpose behind it. I don't know if I'm explaining, but it's something that it goes beyond the value or the concept or ethical values or ethical thoughts, thinkings. So maybe one thing that is not really considered correct or good, which is of course are very questionable values and concepts, may give a response, a collective response, better than that is more acceptable or easily acceptable by society. So this idea of having strong values behind one collective proposal maybe is something that misses. I don't know, but in the is a response for those who believe that things must can change or for better or I don't know if I've explained, but well, that's it.
Yeah, thank you, Fernanda. So I would take some space to talk. Actually, I understand what you mean, and regarding resilience and reorientation, and regarding everything that you said by now, I cannot help it to think that personal consciousness, or developing the personal consciousness and living by the highest values and maybe purpose, vision for the benefit for all, might easily fulfill what Roberts was saying, taking care of each other together, understand each other together. We can do more for the world and for the communities on all levels and on all systems. So if we are searching for the universal solution for all the systems that we are involved in, maybe developing the high level of consciousness for the benefit of all, unity somehow, would be one resilient solution, and maybe this is the reorientation that we are searching. What do you think? Yeah.
You can imagine, Elena, that I'm totally agreeing to what you're told. But the big questions behind this big, nice, grateful answer is really how to manage it. The management issue comes into it, how to reach it. From my perspective, really dealing with media and political institutions, I see one big solution in both of them, really the regaining trust in the institutions. And I'm starting with a simple issue which is related media and relates to media and politics both, is like social media being approached as regular media with editorial responsibility, with all the legal consequences of it, and not being part of free internet ideology, which has no relation to the real world and the offline world anymore. So just many little steps which could lead to such a to such a restoration of trust in institutions which is lost, and also really changing the very great thing about the democracies, which is something I love, being totally happy about changes, and changes are related to conflicts, and the core of democracy is a conflict. I mean, democracy can't work without conflict. Conflict is the base of it and the engine of a democratic process. But what we see at the moment is really that this construction of conflict in democracy leads to division in the society and fights which aren't really useful for the society as such. And to find this common approach through not losing the core of conflict, which is really so important for democracy. It's the only thing that keeps it safe from abuse of power on one hand, but on the other hand, really in a way through political and media institutions to regain this trust and respect to each other, and seeing a conflict not as a non plus ultra fight which leads to somebody losing and somebody winning as the only way, but as a win-win conflict solution. And this is where both political and media institutions should play a different and a very bigger. They play already a big role, but a different than before. That's my idea about it.
Sorry, before you handle the talking piece, I have one question regarding what you said. So how can we regain influence and control by the people who are on the higher level of consciousness and thinking about the benefit of all? Maybe practically how to do it, how to manage it would be people like us or people who are prepared for this kind of functioning to gain the political positions or the positions in the system. How we can do that? Maybe we need some, proactive approach in that, not to stay in the gray zone.
I'll send you my bank account with $1 million for one, and for the other bank account for the other answer to this question, Helena. But yeah, I think I lost you. Can it be? No? Do you hear me? I'll send you my bank account, Elena. So that was $1 million for the answers to these questions. I'm actually would love to go back to what wonderful Kade or Kate, how do you pronounce your name, said, is really giving political offers to the different electoral groups, which is something what the old, very, bureaucratic and established political parties didn't manage. And this is something, I mean, being with one foot in Germany, looking back to the German history, I mean, you had back in the 20s and 30s two workers' parties. One was the National Socialist Workers' Party, and the other one was Social Democrats. And Social Democrats actually started the political offers for the workers' class, and then they lost a big part of their electorate. And this is happening actually in a similar way nowadays, in a different but in a parallel perspectives there. And again, this attitude of not being able to offer and to work on proper solutions for different social groups and new social groups, electoral groups, for the established political parties is something where parties should much more do for it, and to work on new solutions and not avoid the conversation. And remember, a former president of Social Democrats in Germany, Sigmar Gabriel, went once to the populists meeting just to listen in what the right-wing populists are talking to their people there, and he has been attacked by the comrades of his party totally, and afterwards he resigned. I mean, also the leftists and the social democratic parties all over Europe are changing their leadership every 5-6 months normally, which is also one of the problems if you compare them with populists around Europe. This is one thing. The other thing regarding the media is definitely strengthening the media by political means, which is very good option for most of European countries, where you have public service media, which is under political attacks in many countries, but nevertheless, that would be the right thing, if not too late now to start with, and really to strengthen the media as institutions, as well as establish quality media, managing their way into the digital world. Many of them in the bigger media markets are doing well with that, but in the smaller media markets, it's not possible. And again, European Union and all the different problems we see behind that as a national competence regarding the media, where Europe can't really act strongly in with these regards. But nevertheless, this is one way where politically you could offer solutions, as well as the big digital companies, media companies, who could be much more scrutinized and really push to apply the regular media legislation to their actions in at least European market, if not worldwide. But this is, again, a very long way to go in discussions with media professionals and politicians to reach that. But this is where I totally see the option to improve the situation. Just few answers now spontaneously. And account I'll send you later.
Thank you. Okay. What can we add to that? Please.
I'm happy to go next, but if someone else would like to put something forward first,
No one's
I'd be happy.
reacting.
Okay.
So it's your turn.
So populism doesn't have a problem with accountability. And so because of that, it's able to operate in ways that other forms of governance or other ideologies cannot, right? And so the issue here really is that we have an accountability problem in areas outside of the populist movement, right? And this has been absolutely demonstrated consistently for the last 12 months with the COVID response. It was there before that, and it's been there for the last decade, but now it is 100% front and center. The third wave in Europe that's happening right now is partially caused by a complete lack of accountability and a botched vaccine rollout. It's a complicated issue, and it's a complicated supply chain issue, absolutely. But the reality is that other countries have been able to successfully pull it off, and that is how Europe will be judged against the countries that have been able to successfully pull that off. Whether or not that is fair or not is inconsequential. And so the concern that I have with the broader, like, the directions that we need to travel in, is that it's very clear that we have a growing collection of ideologies that lean into a lack of accountability with a promise of a material better future. And those who seek to, who are incumbent in power and seek to maintain some level of control or order, or whatever you want to call it, are not willing to scrutinize themselves to the same way. Without those starting points, we will never have a recovery of the trust in institutions, because this breaking repeatedly of the social contracts between private institutions and the public institutions and the public, and so forth, is the primary driver as to essentially why we're in this situation right now. I'll just say this last bit and then and hand over the talking stick. The concerns of how we solve that. You mentioned before, Robert's mentioned the people infiltrating, or leadership infiltrating populist meetings and listening to what they're saying in those meetings. I actually think that, like, what's absurd about that, which I'm not saying that's not true. I mean, that's exactly why, and I can understand why that's happening and what the logic is behind it. What's absurd about it is that you don't actually need to travel that far anymore to actually listen to people in the way that you might have had to in previous essentially political generations. And so whilst the logic makes sense in one way to do something like that, it also doesn't make sense because there are so many other ways to reach and listen to large portions of the population. And one wonders why the structures remain basically unbuilt to actually allow for something like that to happen, for that listening to take place.
Okay, Robert.
Really,
If no one else?
just a brief remark, how you create accountability for populists. This is what you do through the political competition. So political parties, normally the established political parties, they have been weak all over democratic world fighting the populists. You do that through the media, where, remember case Hillary emails and all the stuff Trump had, and it was like always balanced in a traditional media world, at least in the US, what we saw. And there's where you need change, and also the civil society. That's also the very strong issue or possibility to raise accountability of populists. And we see me coming from Latvia after us joining European Union, really all the NGO sector became weaker from year to year because of different reasons. And you lack strong organized civil society structures who could call for accountability regarding the populist political positions. And this is, again, addition to political institutions and media institutions, also NGOs, a sector, and strengthening it as one of the ways to help to solve the issues we're talking about.
Great, thank you. Anna?
Thank you. I mean, there's been a lot of very good points coming from a civil society organization, and just taking it off from Robert's there. There are difficulties, though. I mean, this is what we do. I, for example, work for an organization that supports and advocates for refugees, asylum seekers, and so on in Cyprus, and it's really difficult to counter the narratives very widely spread from the government and the media. And we're a small place. Imagine we more or less, people know each other, and still, this is very difficult to do from the point of view of a civil society organization who has limited resources, who is allocating the majority of its resources in the actual work that, you know, for the population that we, you know, cater for, the amount of time, if not, you know, financial resources, but the amount of time that we have left to actually advocate and counter, form a role of a watchdog, or you know, respond even to the populist narratives that have been increasing in this field in the last few years. It's a full-time job by itself, and civil society, despite these restrictions and these difficulties, we have been subsidizing a lot of the work that governments should be doing in this sector, and without any, we don't look for the recognition, but there is supposed to be support structures for the existence of civil society organizations within the European Union that we don't see materializing in our, you know, day-to-day lives. I know for a fact in other countries there are structural support schemes for civil society organizations that, you know, help with their survival in a sense, if not anything else, which is not something we see here in Cyprus, as an example. And I know for a fact this is I'm half Greek myself, and I know the situation in Greece is also quite has deteriorated significantly towards the existence of civil society organizations in Greece as well. And I know this is other countries, European countries, also face these issues. There are yesterday, as well as increasingly in the last year, there have been attacks towards civil society organizations in terms of the credibility, and that in various European countries that that are not substantiated in as a first of, you know, but at the same time, because this narrative is being reproduced by the political structure, by the mass media, it creates a hostile environment for the operation and the provision of extremely important services that civil society organizations provide for the society. And I would like to agree with Kadi as well. The problem with populism is that there is no accountability. It's just the reproduction of a certain narrative again and again and again, without any substantiated information being provided to the publics for shaping a public opinion. So how do you navigate an environment like this while you have your mission as an organization and the priorities that you said, as well as, you know, countering all this narrative? And so it's an open-ended question, actually. If any of you have an idea, I will be glad to hear it. And we have been doing our part. Everybody is doing their part, but at the same time, the difficulties don't seem to, you know, subside at all.
Thank you. Well, let me. So I can agree with all of you, and really, it's a question of survival. Who will survive will tell the story. You know, difficulties are always there, and you know, maybe we will not live long enough to see the results of our efforts, and this is okay. You know, kind of we are all striving for some greater cause here, and the greater causes are usually bigger than our life now. So maybe we will not survive to see the results of it, but however, it is worth it, all the money, we are saying, you know. So maybe the question is how to become more practical, becoming more resilient, and making an influence and a mark on the people that we are surrounded by every day, and build a critical mass from the people to support the reorientation, change, and some better future.
Robert said something at the beginning that was very good, right? And I'm responding to Anna's part of this as well, just drawing on the questions that you asked too, that it is about ultimately understanding and reaching across the aisle. But I think what I'm reacting to quite strongly is, and maybe this is because I'm terminally online, so I'm online all the time, and and don't really like the ways in which those ideas are presented in online spaces. So maybe that is tainting my interpretation of it. But essentially, what I think we need is a form of pragmatism that we don't have right now. It is about, as you said, reaching across the line. It's about accountability, but it's also about doing so with some kind of something more than just an agreement of civility. Like, it has to be something more than a civil a promise not to harm each other, a promise to maintain some kind of thing. This topic today is about change, right? And the thing that I mentioned at the start as well is that I'm concerned about us returning to something, longing for the life before the pandemic, some kind of trauma response collectively. I think what we had before was actually quite terrible for a lot of people. And I think that the opportunity that we had, which was even talked about in the first weeks of lockdown, was one in which we could actually reset and start to reach across and speak to people from a perspective of promising that it won't be the same as it was, and actually developing some kind of set of alternatives for that. I mean, in Europe, again, I think that the issues are in many ways very evident. Accountability is one of them that extends from not just like the coronavirus response, but also the historical trauma of things like the Greek debt crisis, for example. It's these ways in which these have played out, and the ways in which accountability has been embraced or not embraced, and the material differences in people's lives between 2008 and 2021. These are the starting points. And I think that, like, what excites me about these kinds of conversations is getting from the moving from that starting point of, like, who do we reach to and how do we get there, to, like, what do we reach across with? What are, in the context of change, what does that actually look like? Ultimately, the solutions to a lot of the issues that we have in the world, especially things like climate change and inequality, especially social inequality, aren't going to be solved by broad sweeping policies. They're going to be solved through expertise in regional levels or in smaller, like, community levels. And that, I think, are the partnerships and the networks that we saw spring up organically during the COVID, like in the form of mutual aid and other support structures that governments failed to provide. And it's those kinds of thinking that we build upon, and those kinds of techniques that we can deploy, not just to listen, but also to deploy and to start building something else. But before we do that, we need some kind of, we need to embrace the idea of accountability in a very, very significant way, because without that accountability, it might seem like that anybody who's trying to build some kind of better future against a populist uprising may be at a disadvantage if they hold themselves to account. But without that accountability, then you end up with a sense of nihilism, where the people who you're trying to reach don't really see the point if they also start from the place of consensus where they agree that accountability is important. if you then break that part of that deal, then you lose people forever. And we're at the risk of that right now, like at a real risk of that. And so just to summarize, the two things we need is that accountability culture and a set of first principles that directly address the concerns of atomization and material distress that a lot of people find themselves in today.
Thank you. And as we have around 5 minutes to the end, having in mind accountability, responsibility, and having the set of kind of rules, ground rules for the future, what would you add for the end of this session? Someone? Let's make a mark and send the message to the people who are listening to us and more further.
Shall I go? Yeah, I think what Kara was saying is really important. And speaking of resilient solutions, I think resilience needs collectivity and needs forward-thinking perspectives in order to shape a future that we all want to be in. As you said in the beginning, how does our future look like? Are we changed? Then how are we changed? And it needs inclusivity in decision making. It needs participatory citizenship, global citizenship in that sense. If we're talking about something, outside of our borders, we need to be in this together. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to say something in a minute? So for the end, next.
I have one point that I could just quickly make. You mentioned forward-thinking perspectives. I think you're right. And I think excitingly, those perspectives are already there. We just have to find them.
I just really to the end would like to encourage all us by that what Anna Grace told us. I mean, don't lose your belief in the thing you do. Do the right thing for you, and what you, Elena, told, as a result you will never see. Maybe I wish for everyone of us that we will experience it in our lives, but this is something I learned in my NGO advocacy work and also political work, that you create a change you don't see, and after 10 or 15 years later somebody comes and says you change his or her life, which is a satisfaction you can't compare with any million Elena we transfer to my account later. So it's really something I would like to encourage every one of us. Just keep doing what you believe in, and find the power to do it, and don't fight, but move forward.
Thank you. And Fernanda.
Yeah.
Something for the end.
Yeah, I could talk a lot here after all this food for thought, this insightful dialogue. But I think that we should not only move forward, but also think on everything that happened, to think on our past and to try to get some not examples for the future, but yes, some inspiration on how we can work together and connect. Well, I would say try to connect with people not only that think like you, but also differently, and that's it. I think the way is to reconnect everybody and try to build something that will be, of course, different.
Thank you so much. I would say just a short sentence for the end. For everyone, listen to your heart, use your brain, and don't forget we are all one. So one different maybe, but in the core very same, and we all wish for the similar stuff, no matter it is systemic or it is personal. So we are coming to the end of the session. I thank you very much for this dialogue. It was very inspiring, and I cannot make it. This session is over. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Hi.
Thanks for your conversation, and the dialogue was pretty nice. Thank you also for your time. You know, during this crazy time, we have each other to have this beautiful time together. So I have two things to tell you. The first one, I'm going to paste two links on our private chat. So the first one is inviting you to our Wonder Room. It's a space that we invite everyone for a break to meet the other participants for the other dialogues in other rooms. So you're pretty welcome to join us there. Once you'll be there, you just need to drag your profile picture until find the others, and then the cameras will open. It's pretty funny and nice to be there as well. And also our survey. If you have a short time to reply, our survey will be really nice for us. Okay?
Okay.
Obrigada.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Obrigado. Beijo.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Thank you. Bye.
Ciao.
Bye-bye. Ciao,
Bye.
ciao.
Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you, Elena.
Nice
ciao,
to
ciao.
meet you. Yeah.
Ciao.
Hello, everyone.
Good day.
Hello. Hey.
Hello.
Morning from Brazil. Just remove this banner. Thank you for your time, first of all. It's been really nice spend the day with all of you here. So my name is Guima from Solidialogues. I'll be your technical support during the dialogue. So I'll give you some instructions. The first is please do not press the full screen because I'll be here on the private chat. So if you need something, you can write for me here, or if you want to share something with the others while we're talking, you just write it there. Our dialogue is about 60 minutes. I'll be back on the private chat to say, okay, we are on our last 10 minutes, just to tell you. And then I'll be back again saying, okay, we have the last 5 minutes, last words. And then, how can I pronounce your name, Janice? Is Janice? Yanis?
Yeah.
Sorry, you're on mute. I can hear you. Maybe it's your earphone, no? Maybe. How can I pronounce your name? Yanis?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Now I can hear, yeah. Yanis. Sorry. I think maybe your earphone is not working so good.
Yeah, I can check
Maybe
again.
it's your earphone.
It's working. It was
Yeah.
working yesterday. Actually.
We can test again. Yeah.
Are you hearing me now?
Ah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes?
a bit distant for me. Oh no, yeah, now it's better. Yeah.
Okay.
Great. So another point is while you are not talking, just mute your mic to listen to the others. The other point is we suggest you to have a talking piece close to you. It can be whatever you have close to you. It could be a camera, rock, or something. So when you want to talk, you bring your talking piece to the camera and pick the word to you. And when you end it, you bring it back to the other, do the same. Okay, let's see if I'm forgetting something else. No, it's just about that. Okay, so I'll remove my camera and then Yanis can start the dialogue, okay? Have a nice dialogue. Beijos, ciao.
Thank you. Hello. Can you hear me well? Okay. I have a crazy echo. It's like a delay actually, but I try to make the most of it. Yeah, actually, today we want to speak about no, I hear myself. What is going on here? Okay, we will try again. It's a big delay as well, and just not. Okay, we will try. So today we want to talk about the idea of open society and integrative politics in some way, and I would like to trigger in some way that I will just introduce shortly about something that is close to me in my day-to-day life here in Lisbon. Today we want to talk about the point is I worked for a long time already, for 5 years here, together with a neighborhood, a self-built neighborhood in the outskirts of Lisbon, metropolitan area, and it's a neighborhood that was occupied by migrants and Tzigane and Roma people, and they kind of occupied this space, built their own houses, and they don't have like humane housing conditions now today. So they started to live there 30 years ago, and they don't have this. They are not integrated, let's say, in some way, to this what we could call open society, or they don't have the full citizen right. They don't have the right. They don't have a house that actually every human being should have, right? And So my struggle here now in this situation where we are today as well is the pandemic situation, and the point that we are always talking about this social distancing, and what is more than ever needed is actually a social not distancing, right? It's a social proximity, and of course a physical distancing. But this is really challenging, and for me here in this engagement I had with this neighborhood and all the dialogues and all the things, the initiatives we did together with the neighborhood association and with the residents are quite challenged by this not proximity and strong distancing, and how I would like to think what brought us together here today is probably something that we could talk about our main challenges in this actual situation, about what we love to do and what we do in or it's work or it's our spare time, but how this social distance affected some initiatives we are maybe part of, or we are doing, or we are supporting to follow a bit this idea of an open society and the integrative politics. I don't really know what it is. I'm a practicer on the ground more, I think, and I would like to tell me about it. What do you think about it, and what does it mean to you? And, I don't really know what it is. I'm a practicer on the ground, I think, and I would like to So what do you think about it? And I give it to the middle. Take it, and we have a little sound here. It's starting. I'm a practicer on the ground. I'd like to I give it to the middle. Take it.
Switch off, please, because there is echo.
May I go ahead?
Go.
Sure. Cool. Yeah. I have the same feeling as you, that this social distancing norms are affecting a lot any previous policies for integrating marginalized groups. And actually, those policies were already problematic before the pandemic. But one thing that we have observed here in France, but also in Greece, where I come from, is that a lot of this debate of integrating migrants, refugees, and marginalized groups has just disappeared. I was reading yesterday that there was a big study that was just published in Germany showing how the crisis, the sanitary crisis, has disproportionately affected migrants and refugees. But actually, we have seen very, very little of this data, even though during the pandemic, it's really, it feels like a data gold rush. There are so many authorities collecting data of all kinds, tracking, tracing, I don't know, recording every second of the pandemic. But actually, this interest, this focus on recording the effects of the pandemic has not spilled over to marginalized groups. And my impression is that we are actually taking many, many steps back in any integration policy that was already underway, which is, of course, very worrying.
I would like to first, for us to have a clear understanding of what open society means, because we may not have the same definition. So for me, open society evokes as well open democracy. And it's not direct, it's not indirect, it's something that is a new model. So what do we mean by open society? And if we could go around the table, that would be very interesting to me before we can flesh out our ideas, or at least mine.
Yeah, like you said, Marianne, the question about what is an or the open society or something is very difficult. And I don't know, whenever I hear something like the expression open society, it makes me think of like open source projects. This is like, for me, one of the things that jumps in there, where sort of anybody's allowed to see what's going on and be part of what's going on, and you can sort of run off and fork in different directions, which I'm sure is a very limited way of understanding that. But you know, the interesting thing about it applied to society means that yes, all these marginalized groups can be part of an open society and be off in their own different directions. Like self-marginalized, we don't need to succumb to some big monolithic idea of how the world is or should be. Would be sort of one of the things that comes into my mind firstly. That's just one of the things. Boink.
Hi. When I don't really understand why I was given this topic, so I thought I was going to be in a room full of experts on open society and integrated politics. I must have written a terrible description of what my interests of work and life are. I actually Googled both terms yesterday.
Me too.
Okay. I Googled both terms yesterday so that I could have some vague baseline. But I think just in the spirit of this dialogical event, what I would say very much for me in terms of interpreting what that might mean would be an idealized form of life where the basic infrastructure of life is taken care of by a democratic process, but that an open society allows for new organizational forms to establish themselves and develop based upon communities and community interaction. So that would be my hope for what an open society might be in a definition.
Hi, yeah, so I would like to talk about what Ira said about taking steps back. I'm a paramedic and I currently work in the vaccination centers, and I also do the testing. So when I do the tests, I see a lot of different ways that people live. We do all kinds of like people with money, people without money, refugees, homeless people. And I think what you can definitely see, and when you talk to them, a lot of people describe how they feel abandoned. So recently I had to test homeless people, and they told me it was an infrastructure that cared for homeless people. And in my mind, I thought, you know, like some sort of infrastructure. So we went there, and it was actually an abandoned house without water, without heating, without basically anything. And I was, to be honest, quite shocked because I didn't know what the situation currently was. And every single one I talked to told me that, well, they felt rather abandoned. And then they were told they were in quarantine because of the testing. And if they had to leave the house, they would have to pay money. And I had to laugh internally because I thought they cannot possibly stay here for 14 days. They don't have water, they don't have food, they don't have heating, and there is no one really caring for them. But at the same time, they get like, how do you say in English? They have to pay money if they leave. So I was actually rather shocked by that, and I think I have to agree with you, Ira, when you say we're taking steps back from integrating people, because especially in times like this, I think we would have to support them rather than abandon them.
Coming back to Kirsten's observation, my understanding of the topic today was about populism. Now, populism is it can be exacerbated by the marginalization of people, whether it's politically, economically, culturally, and so forth. So I think it's still relevant to talk about open society and open systems. I understand why there is an appetite for this, mostly on the fringes of society, or more, let's say, generous parts of the society. But it's also, in my view, a matter of governance, and that's what I thought we might be discussing today. So do we need to enlarge the conversation, Jenny? Or do we need to go back at least to the primary subject that I thought we were going to discuss? Thank you.
I wonder if maybe an open society, as we discuss it today, is best defined negatively, in the sense what is not an open society. And for me, the opposite of an open society is a society with a lot of boundaries, with a lot of obstacles and borders for participation in whatever constitutes public life. And another linked topic to this, going back to the subject of the seminar, is an open society necessarily integrated? Does the one presuppose the other? And integration itself is not an uncontested, straightforward concept. Integration can extend from just allowing one to exist all the way to assimilating and being requested to abandon one's own customs and identity in order to become an organic part of some new community. So I guess it's between those opposites that maybe we're looking to find the dialogic points.
Yeah, great inputs already to go on. I think I think always of this pandemic situation as an amplifier in some way. No, amplifies the good and the bad we had already before, and I remember now as well a citation, little phrase from Boaventura Santos, a great academic here in Portugal, and he says, let me see if I can do it. Like the difference should be, to be different is a right, when to be the same or to be equalized discharacterizes us, and to be the same or to have equal rights is a right or is a necessity to go on in our society. If not having those rights, in the other way around, discharacterizes as well, or taking out citizenship, or just the dignity at the end. So this is like this kind of play between difference and not difference, and being equal, right? And I think this is what is really challenging when what is this open society? Is it one big open society? Is it full of little islands where there's communities? What is a community? I'm right now I'm studying, doing a PhD in anthropology, and we're tired of always deconstructing. Like, what is a community? What is there really a community? How does it work? And is there a leader? Is there no leader? And how is the community actually something that is designated by people that are outside of the community? You are like this, you are this, you are from this group, or is it something that grows out of something and they auto-determinate themselves? We are this group of people, or we are this community, and I think it's super complex. But I try to see the situation right now as something that we should try to focus on the things that might be amplified by this pandemic situation, and we can take advantage of them to put the other parts that are falling from off the train back together in some way. It's tricky, but I think there might be some opportunities, and I'm still figuring out as well. I'm still a bit trying to gaining field here.
I think you're absolutely right to bring a discussion about difference and how it relates to rights back to community. And I think it also goes through the concept of identity. Because, as you said, community, what is it that constitutes a community? And very often it's some constructed collective identity. I think one of the ways the pandemic is affecting changes in this respect is that we are really forced to rethink identity. And especially because every one of us is really forced to exist on their own at the moment. So there is a bigger emphasis on personal identity, individual identity, bodily identity, and so on, and a lesser focus, like, as you said, social distancing. This is kind of dissolving from within our looser conceptions of group identities. Right now, perhaps you're allowed to retain your personal identity, which is, of course, very, very important right now. To the extent that you're going to be tracked and traced, and you have to kind of be always identifiable. And of course, at the same time, you retain which kinds of further collective identities, maybe your national identity, which is also becoming super important right now because you're going to fall into some kind of national hygienic regime. So that's emphasized. But every other loose, hybrid, relaxed, kind of, more loose identity is taken away from me. So I have lost my participation in associations. I have lost my identity as a pianist in a band. I have lost all of my other identities that are not so easily pinpointed. And I guess it's this rediscussion of identity that again forces us, I don't know, as you said, there can be positives to that as well. Maybe some aspects of our collective identity building are better dropped from the train. But for me, this is what is being renegotiated right now, and through that you arrive to the discussion of rights.
It's very interesting being in Australia at the moment, because up until a few months ago I was living in Austria. We were living in Austria in lockdown, etc., etc. My family's, so I was born here, and so I wanted to come back to see parents with various issues, and coming back to Australia because it's probably one of the most isolated first world nations. Like Australia, as you possibly know, has complete closure of the borders. No one can go in and out of the country without 2 weeks of isolation they have to pay for, of quarantine. And so there's this massively closed border around here. So here, like you were saying, there's sort of the thing that remains is this idea of a national identity. And everything else doesn't matter. It's like that's the only thing that comes to matter anymore whatsoever. And then we send off pictures of things that we're doing here, and people are completely surprised that we're like going out to a cafe or have people around for dinner, because that's not happening. I know 98% of the first world or developed world, whatever you want to say, it's something that probably most of you have been able to do to any degree, whereas here everything is quite normal, except that we can't return to Austria to do the work we're meant to be doing. So yeah, it's a very interesting thing that all of a sudden that national identity is taken a massive prioritization.
I'd like to respond to two things. One, I think what Tim says is very one thing that's very clear from the position of the UK after leaving the European Union is the amount of political leverage that's come out of the pandemic in relation to nationalised narratives around success of management, success of vaccine production, and so on, which is, again, another very clear thing, that the health crisis engenders lots and lots of potential political narratives which we don't have any control over. And yet we're the subjects of the health crisis and its management. But I wanted to go back to that conversation about communities. I found it really interesting that even in the opening moments of this discussion, a number of communities were named and imagined within the opening of this narrative. So we were told about homeless people, we were told about migrants, we were told about Roma people, we were told about refugees. So I'm really curious about this. I think that also speaks to the need in order to enact some sense of responsible political care over our cohabitants of this planet, that also in a productive way, we might have to, from outside, name and associate certain groups. I guess that's a sort of provocation. I'm finished.
Yeah, I guess this idea that we establish a community identity for people that just find themselves in similar circumstances predates the pandemic. So already it's been in Europe, it's been about 10 years of what they call a migration crisis. And this has involved the construction of a super generic identity that means essentially nothing. The migrant identity, the refugee identity, like, we know nothing about those people's backgrounds, we know nothing about what they believe in, we barely know where they come from. And nevertheless, we do construct an identity for them, and it's on the basis of that identity that we then premise their inclusion. So I guess for me, this pandemic, bringing up all these tensions and all the problematic ways that we were already thinking about the topic, forces me to ask myself again, on the basis of what are we including people? Do we demand of someone to have an identity, and nonetheless an identity that already suits our narratives, in order to be able to open our society up? So yeah, if you can tell me, yes, I am a refugee, and you assume it and you claim it, then maybe I can imagine some society where you have a part. But otherwise not. And maybe the opportunity here is to imagine a different basis for inclusion that is not about an identity that we invented or an identity that is easy to digest.
I think that we need to also look at what we mean by identity. Sorry to go back to definitions all the time, but you may have what we call a layered or identity, whereby you have, I feel European, for instance, and I also feel very French, and I can also say that my identity is based on my family. So, and I'm involved in different sectors, and I feel strongly attached to the art sector and also to other parts of politics. So my identity is not fragmented, but it's like a kaleidoscope. The question that I think is underpinning the conversation today is who is control the narrative, and why do people feel the need to exclude people who have more than one? Because I suspect that, and I'm not a sociology, do sociology, but I suspect that it's based on fear. Because the fear of your own identity being absorbed, dissolved, denied in a context of incoming forces. Incoming forces could be the fear of poverty, it could be the fear of migrants, it could be the fear of a different sensibility to music. I mean, there are many ways of expressing your identity, and I think that there are as many fears associated to that. So I think the condition to consider an open society is also how do we teach tolerance as a mechanism to manage our own apprehensions and anxieties in terms of personal survivance, as basic, as animalistic as it may sound.
It's interesting because tolerance came up, a book that crossed my desk but didn't get read very much. But one of the ideas that I picked up from it several years ago, I think it was called something like Against Tolerance or something. A critique de l'intolerance, I think was the German title for it. So a critic of pure tolerance was that tolerance is very, yeah, whatever, I don't really care. Whereas an interest and an involvement of somebody who's, it's not just tolerating them, but actually actively being interested in that person. I can't remember who was talking, I think Martha, it was you talking about the homeless people, like actively being interested. I guess I'll tolerate the homeless person sitting on the corner, talking to God or whatever it is that they're doing, but I will actively integrate them into society by making sure they're getting COVID tests because they're exposed to a whole bunch of people, by make sure they're actually getting some food. Actually, just having a conversation with them, saying good day to them in the morning when you go past them, because that's just someone that you're seeing as part of society. So this sort of almost this idea that tolerance is only slightly better than ignoring people, which I find interesting. An open society isn't just about everybody ignoring everybody else, but it's actually a society where you can quite happily interrelate with other people when you find them interesting.
Yeah, I like what you said about not just tolerating, because I feel like there is a difference between tolerating and accepting, because we don't want people to be indifferent about problems. You could say there's a problem and I tolerate it, but I'm not doing anything to change it. And coming back to, for example, vaccinations, which is kind of the topic that moves the whole world at the moment. I don't know about every country's strategy, but when I look at Germany's strategy of vaccinating people, I see a lot of people getting vaccinated, which is fair, but then there are groups who would deserve it, like refugees living in centers where they meet a lot of people, like homeless people who don't have any protection and no chance to protect themselves because it costs money. And they are not being prioritized, which I think is unfair, just because a lot of people feel like they won't contribute to the society. And I think that's a problem, that we differ or make a difference between who contributes to the society and who doesn't. And we tend to give a person their value based on that. And I think that's something that we would have to change about society, because as long as we give someone their value based on what they do for society, we can't really be open to everyone.
Yeah, I agree that even bringing up the term tolerance at this moment is a whole discussion of its own. And I guess a part of it is when you tolerate something, who are you tolerating as? Because there is this tendency, especially in migrant receiving societies or in richer nations, and the word tolerance usually goes together with an idea of dominance. I have to belong to the dominant group in order to do the tolerating. And in fact, we speak very, very little about the inverse possibility, because someone who arrives in my neighborhood, they can also be experiencing the same feelings of having to tolerate. new customs, having to tolerate people that just don't behave in a customary way, in a way that we are used to, and so on. So this, I don't know if we can, I don't know if it would be better to just rid of the idea of tolerance altogether, or just to democratize it and say, actually, yeah, we all do tolerate it, but kind of like take out of it this idea of majority and minority.
Well, there are different ways of, again, looking at tolerance. In my view, tolerance doesn't exclude the respect of social rules, which could be that, no, you don't tolerate antisocial rules because there are lines. They are on the law or the social convention. Sometimes they can be challenged, and the law can be challenged. The social rules can be challenged, but it's based. It should be based on a consensus. So the tolerance for marginalized categories of society has evolved over time. I mean, the tolerance for women in society, in politics, for instance, was completely unheard of it in the 19th century, and until at least the late decades of the 20th century was not even implemented, even if it's the rules of law was accepting women in politics. So the tolerance doesn't mean that you're not active, you're not pushing the boundaries, but it needs to be built up on a commonly accepted framework, which is both the mechanism, the rules, but also the mechanism to set up the rules. It comes back to open society and also open democracy, which was my early point. What is open democracy? How do we reinvent the governance framework so that what we accept as commonly accepted rules is actually a reflection of the general interest?
Yeah, I almost agree with you, Marianne. My question then would be also, what do we do with consensus that is plain wrong? Sometimes majorities can go down the wrong way. And again, I would say the term tolerance is not very tolerant. In the sense that you said before, we didn't tolerate women. But how problematic is that today when we look back at the fact that women even had to be tolerated? Like, there is a color to the term for me. It is not just I accept your presence. It's I repress something in me that objects to your presence so that you can still be there. But I do nothing for my own cognition, for my own emotional state. I don't question why your presence bothers me there. And I will not resolve my discomfort for the fact that you're there. I will just live with it. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe another word that we could bring in is empathy. And yeah, okay. I want to hear from you actually.
I like the word empathy. So yes, Ira, I like the word empathy because it means that you are in listening. You listening to what the other person is, expresses, their pains, their joys. It's being able to engage with the otherness as an individual, as a collective, which is very important because we are a society. Society is made of groups of people. We can't be in isolation. I mean, some people want to be a bit isolated, but that's their decision. The society should tolerate to accept that as well. Even if they still use the roads usually on the phones and so forth, they are part of the society. They are more discreet. They are less visibly active, but they are part of the ecosystem. My view is that we need to look at how we can move these positions, the consensus, and the governance as we have it today, and that is actually driving populism, is revealing some faults in the in the systems and the framework. And so far as your expression or your aspirations, you don't feel necessarily that it's heard. And so we have these dialogues that is very good, but how do we bring that to a wider scene, a wider stage? And how can that be a conversation that is crystallizing a change, a shift in the way the society is organized? Now, if the admitted system, which is a democracy as we have in France, and French, as you know, or in Europe, there are different nuances, is not meeting these individual needs of being heard, of being apprehended with empathy, how is the system, how empathic the system is towards us as individual, then there are reactions. Either you disengage from politics, or you revolt. The Gilets jaunes is an example, or you vote for the extremes because you want to kick the system, you want to create a chaos and hope that something better will emerge from it. It's not exactly what usually happens. Usually it's even more repressive, but the question is, how do we organize ourselves, or every individual to feel included to the degree they want to be? It's not coercive. But how do they feel included and their voice heard, and then the equal vote? So there is interesting research on not open society, but on open democracy, which I find very interesting. And in the other area, we're getting short of time, that is also interesting is led by technologies, is what we call the DAO, decentralized autonomous organizations, which are facilitated by blockchain. We don't have much time to cover that, but this is a fascinating, I think, development that could address some of the points that you're making.
I think the problem about open democracy, or why it may not work the way we would want it to, is because you would have to give a voice to opinions that you rather not hear. So you would have to give those a chance to speak about things you disagree with, or to nationalists or to populism, because they still have a right to express their opinion. And I think the problem is that everyone as a person sets their values as the standard, so as what's right. So I say it's right to that there are more than two genders, or it's right that homosexuals or bisexuals or transgenders should be able to marry. And I set that as a standard, and I think that everyone who disagrees with me is wrong. And I think that's why open democracy is so hard to engage, because you don't want any other opinion to be heard but your own.
Really interesting, this idea of not wanting to hear other opinions, because when you were talking about empathy, for me empathy sounds a lot like that other thing, sympathy. And sympathy is a little bit like tolerance. It's sort of this, I feel sorry for you, I'll put up with you, but not really being there. Whereas empathy has this thing about being curious. Is you actually care about what is it like to be that person? What is it like to live on the street? What is it like to not be able to communicate with your family easily, or not to be able to go back to where you grew up and those smells and sounds that you're used to? I tell you, there's this, and yeah, Martha, you're saying there's curiosity. There's opinions I don't want to hear, but why are people stating these opinions? Whether it's about certain cultural norms that are coming with migrants, okay, they eat certain things that I find offensive, or they actually really quite like what they eat, but I don't like the way they prepare it. But maybe it's just a matter of finding out how they do prepare it and being curious about what happens and tasting it or something. Yeah, so this sort of idea, this active engagement, active curiosity is maybe important with openness. Cool, Marianne.
Okay, just a very final suggestion is in terms of what we call tolerance, but understanding what the other person is, which is about empathy. I watched a movie yesterday, which was actually very topical, which is called The Best of Enemies, which was released in 2019, which is available on Netflix. And it talks about an American town in early 70s, whereby two communities, a Black community and a Ku Klux Klan community, actually representing more or less the two dominant communities in a city, have to speak to each other to find a solution for hosting the Black students whose school has been destroyed in a fire. It's very interesting because actually the empathy and understanding the other creates a vehicle for dialogue and for a constructive solution. It's called charrette as well, as a mechanism. So it's a charrette is an ability to create a conversation between people who don't speak to each other.
Yeah, I know it's a cliche, but I am wondering at this point what kind of empathy can we have in within our current economic models. And of course, we're going to talk about capitalism inevitably. But for me, a big part of the discussion about empathy and the way it's being reduced today to versions of tolerance, sympathy, like Tim said, and so on, is that it's a kind of getting to know each other. It's a kind of empathy that really fits some very specific corporate timelines. So empathy is the thing that I can do towards you, but only if it doesn't take me a lot of time and a lot of effort, right? So we see there are, Marianne, you spoke about open democracy, for example, and I'm sure the French example is quite prominent in that, how public debates and consultations are launched, and there is only some very limited time and space for me to hear the other. And I think what we're missing is empathy requires some work. It's work, it's called the feeling work or the mental load or the mental charge. It actually requires my time and thinking effort to understand. And I feel that in our times, capitalist corporate ideas of time and how much time things should take and how much time we should allow to arrive to an outcome is really important in this sense, because we don't give the time and the effort. We go through the steps sometimes, like we talk the talk, but we don't walk the walk.
Thank you. You said that so eloquently, Ira, that whatever I'm going to say doesn't match the level you're talking at, but I did want to make the point in relation to empathy. I mean, certainly I personally understand empathy as being very closely related to feminist and queer practices of empathic practice. And that requires an openness to non-linguistic and to very much feeling-based knowledge systems. So I feel like, in a sense, I totally understand how empathy can operate in a system on an individual basis. But what I was curious about is whether a structure can be empathic. So it's almost what you said already in relation to a financial system, but, you know, without a kind of feminist economist approach to how we organize the understanding of labor, the understanding of non-remunerated labor, where that sits within society overall, I don't know how we could move towards some kind of empathic infrastructure or empathic thing, which is not based in the individualized experience of subjective exchanges and relationships.
Ira, I was thinking about, you said that tolerance is not tolerant. That came back to my mind. I think what bothers me about the word is that when you say I tolerate you, it means I tolerate the picture I paint of you based on my stereotypes or what I think you are, without actually engaging and without actually being curious about who you are. Because tolerating means I accept the picture I see, I accept what I see without digging deeper. And I think that's what's bothering me about saying I tolerate you.
Perhaps that's something that works with also an empathic structure. Is we expect a structure maybe to be tolerant because it doesn't investigate the depths of me, whereas an empathic structure would try and understand more of the details. There's a very interesting situation happening now with disability support in Australia, where a lot of the disability support is being appraised by people who have no idea of the people that they're talking to. So you've spent years as a disabled person working out what actually works for you to be able to be integrated in some way into society, and then some independent person with no idea of the history of how you got there, how that's done, comes along and says, you don't need that. No, you can cook for yourself. You don't need to have meals brought to you 3 times a week. Not knowing that that's actually something that's being developed as a way of making sure you have that right balance, whatever it is that's being developed. I think this is really interesting how structure, how we expect the welfare state with a capital W and capital S to be empathic in some way, to understand things. Yet we also don't want it to be too wasteful, make sure it sort of gets objectively giving help to the right people. And that all of a sudden becomes sort of very non-empathic as well. Complicated.
Hey, do you hear me? Okay. Yeah. About the idea of when I think about this as well, and what all you guys said, it takes time. Democracy takes time, and to create certain empathy, it takes time, and that's really, I think, the pandemic situation as well in all of our personal lives, like completely changed time. How do we feel? What do we do with our time, and where do we do it? And we are, and my main or my biggest anxiousness comes from the idea that with this pandemic situation we don't get a bit of rest and to figure out how we can do things a bit slower and a bit with more empathy maybe in the future, because it's like as this train, right? This freight train is this crazy fast speed, and oh shit, we are in a pandemic. What can we do to solve it fast and to get economy back on track fast? And this empathy and these ideas, it's really difficult. It can and value this already because they had good experiences about sharing situations and creating this kind of intimacy with people and with situations, that then something will grow slowly. But yeah, I think that's the main challenge, is how to element and re-engage with new ways of empathy. And I think this format here is quite interesting because we didn't choose to be here. I mean, we choose to be somewhere speaking about more or less this idea of solidarity, despite or against populism. But we didn't know each other, and it's, I think the interesting part is that now everybody being home and being digitally, it's like a TV in the back in the time. You choose the channel, you choose by yourself. This is interesting. This is my bubble. This corresponds to me, and yeah, and I think it's not a closure. We have some more minutes, so I fast give back the thing.
I'll just throw just a very quick one here before you go. In terms of being open to other things and being stuck in your bubble, I've rediscovered the joy of listening to regional radio, where you are exposed to the issues and considerations of the people who live 7 towns over from where you are, and the things that they're concerned about. And the guy that makes, and this is going to sound ridiculous, but the guy who makes giant statues out of rolled up hay, and this is what he's famous for. It's a very strange way of getting an empathy and an understanding and a form of tolerance for things that are going on around you and breaking that bubble open. It's very fun. But sorry, Eva, you wanted to say something more interesting than that.
Yeah, I would just add as final word, getting back to what Kristen was saying, how do we make empathy structural? Or no, not so much make empathy structural, but how do we make our structures more empathic? And for me, one way is to take advice from some of the instructions we had for today's conversation. I noted in the video we watched, there was a point, forget about being goal-oriented. I think our structures, influenced of course by capitalism, but also modern governance, is very controlling, right? So there always needs to be a control over a process. And for me, to take a step towards more empathic structures would necessarily require being more open-ended. And if there is one thing that we should be tolerating, it's uncertainty and discomfort. Sometimes there is the awful adage that a lot of women hear when they work: you should lean in, right? Whatever makes you uncomfortable, whatever makes life hard, you should sort of allow it to happen. And in a sense, this is good advice. For me, more open-endedness and denouncing this need to know exactly what a process will lead to and exactly when. We can rid ourselves of that, and I think it would be better for more open societies.
Quick one. I agree that we need to be better equipped for managing uncertainty, because the world keeps accelerating. There are theories around that we are exponentially changing, not just in the light of a lifetime, but in the duration of span of a year, sometimes, like we have experienced over the last 12 months. But I think that even if we have an open-ended approach to life, we still need to have purpose. In my view, that's informed by our set of values. So empathy is one thing, but we need to individually and also collectively have a clear vision of what is driving our actions on our uncertain path in life.
I think I have to agree with that. Democracy or empathy takes time. And at the same time, I think we can't approach it in a passive way, because it won't just change overnight, but it also won't change by itself. So in order to work with structures that are more empathetic or more open, I think you need to hear different voices that you might not want to hear, expressing opinions that you don't share, because you can't really grow or extend your horizon in a way if you only hear opinions that are the way that you think. So I think in order to have a more open democracy, you would have to give voice to those that you might not want to hear, or that won't get the chance to express their opinion in another way. And that won't happen overnight. So you need to take the time, but also take action in order to get a more open society.
Just a quick thing that came up, because we're talking about purpose and sort of tiered goals and things like that. there's been a lot of discussion in sort of the leadership field about leaders need to have sort of firm goals and to take people to places they're talking about and all that sort of thing. Whereas another thing that came up in the leadership discussion was that leaders are people who listen the best because they're able to actually find out where everyone wants to go and then help herd them in the right direction so that everyone is actually consciously going in the right direction rather than just muttering to each other about where they think they'd like to go. I think this is very interesting, this idea of leaders, as opposed to be the ones who are at the front, are actually open to them, are the ones who are most open to going where everybody else wants to go. That's maybe something that's powerful.
Yes, thank you very much. I think it's time to, we kind of wrapped it up. And I enjoyed this session a lot, and I thought, time and empathy, but time, as to come back to Marta, it's not a waiting, it's not a resignation, right? It's about taking action as well. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and to push these ideas forward. I think that's a good message, and hope to see you soon somewhere closer, maybe. So.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot.
Nice. As you can see, I pasted the 2 links on the private chat. The first one is our Wonder. It's a place that we invite everyone for a break. So there you can meet the others from the other dialogues. It's a pretty nice virtual place. So once you're there, you just need to drag your profile camera to meet the others on the space, and then all the cameras will open, and then you can chat with the others. It's quite nice. And also our survey, so please take a little time to reply back to give us feedback about this solid dialogue. And after that, we're gonna send all the emails from everyone, so you can have access to everyone's email there, all right? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Beijos from
Bye.
Brazil. Ciao, ciao. Have a nice day.
Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning from Brazil. Hope all of you are fine or a bit fine during these crazy times we are living. So my name is Guima. I'm from Solidialogues. I'll be here guiding and help you through the dialogue. So I just need to give you some information before we start. The first of them is please do not press the full screen button, because I'll be here on the private chat. So if you need something, I don't know, some technical issue, or if you want to share something with the others, just write it there. Our dialogue is about 60 minutes, but I'll be back on the private chat to say, okay, we are on our last 10 minutes. Then again, on our last 5 minutes, say, okay, last word. And then Farah, is right, pronounce your name, Farah?
Farah.
Farah.
But you can pronounce it whenever you want, because since I don't believe it's Arabic, so I have every kind of sonorization. So your Farah is very good. Yes.
Yeah, for me, I'm a Brazilian, so for me it's Farah. So that's okay as well.
It's very nice good. I like it.
Thank you for all of your time here. Just another information. Do not forget to choose something close to you as your talking stick. Could be a camera, a rock, or something that you have close to you. So whenever you want to talk, bring the talking stick to the camera, and then you pick the word. And when you end, you put it back. And Farah, do you have something to make a sound to start the dialogue? Could be a glass or something like that. Yeah, great.
Yes, we're in Italy, an aperitivo. It's too early, but it's fine. It's okay.
It's amazing. It's for celebrating this thing that you told before. You know, like this time put us together. Even it's online, it's pretty nice to exchange.
Yeah, it's really incredible, because you are also joining from Brazil. So I don't know what time is it there, but it's
really
half
cool. Past 10.
Oh wow.
Okay, so remove myself from the screen, and then Farah can start the dialogue with the sound, and then I'll come back in the end, okay?
Okay, thank you, Guima.
Beijo, have a nice dialogue.
Beijos.
Beijo.
So hi everyone, I'm actually, I was surprised that I was going to facilitate this session, but I'm actually also happy because we are all here together. And I don't know if I start the sound now, I can. Okay, and I will actually just share a thought before giving my talking. So probably I will just put my talking piece at the center. I thought also about a cup of coffee, because usually I'm Lebanese origin, and now I'm in Italy, and coffee, it's a very social expression on a moment that we want to share in order to dialogue around an intimate things, or also maybe meet someone and share a moment. So for me, now after lunch, it was great to share a coffee with you and talk about this. And so they assigned to us, I see that the common ground was about inclusion and minorities and participation. And I must say, when I saw the title of the room, it just made me think about a book that I have met in Berlin last September, and that I found it really great. It's from Francis Fukuyama on identity. I don't know if someone is familiar with this book. Actually, it talks about the contemporary identity politics and the struggle of recognition. So I saw it like a really great ground, because the hypothesis that this writer put at the center is that how the question of identities, the fact that there is a conflict between different people who are struggling to be recognized, is leading also to the popularism that we are witnessing. Because since the battle of respect for rights has been fragmented into very specific groups like gender, race, etc., it had put aside also other people who felt like they were totally ignored. So the question, and this is where I raise it here so we can start all together, is if we are speaking about solidarity, and since solidarity happens often within similar group of people, how inclusion that includes the question of diversity can happen and guarantee participation to everyone, so we can really build the solidarity we want based on which values. So I put the talking piece at the center and I leave. And for any things that we want to share, we will try to share it also by being brief, by being precise, and also being like open, like speak from the heart, and also try to hear everyone as we would like to be heard. So I give you my cup of coffee and I leave the ground. If anyone would like to share anything, just put your talking piece at the center and start speaking.
So this was my speaking topic. Well, you're asking kind of a question. I'm still sort of digesting what you just said, and speaking from the heart, I'm in the Netherlands at the moment, and we just had our general elections 2 days ago. And when you talk about solidarity between different groups, that's the right is growing, and we have a very fragmented parliament. So talking about solidarity between different groups is a huge, challenge at the moment in the Netherlands. And I'm still wondering how that can be possible when every little group is so focused on his or her own thoughts. And I leave it there.
So is it a question about building a new common ground or new identities that can bring us all together?
What I was wondering still in relation to the Dutch elections is whether solidarity is really a thing people are considering at the moment. It was a huge debate, at least in the Netherlands and also in Germany, where I live, the new solidarity after the beginnings of the pandemic. But what we're witnessing in election, I'm sorry to talk about politics so much, that solidarity is apparently not really the first thing in mind of people who are voting, more their own interest. And yeah, I'm curious how you can stimulate this solidarity as such.
Hello. I don't know if this answers or responds to your first point very directly, Farah, but it has made me think about a very sad event in London just last week, where a woman was murdered about a mile from here. And there has been, I think, for a number of reasons, a huge outpouring, not just of grief for this individual and what happened to her, but a wider story is developing about how women feel when they're in public life, about how women feel kind of safety-wise when they're coming home late at night. And there's really a kind of sense that this is no longer good enough. We're not going to accept feeling that, it's just a fact of life that you run home with your keys clutched in your hand. And I think that momentum has come about for a number of reasons, but that momentum has come about because of Black Lives Matter and because what happened there. And I think we see a clear link between those two things, that people can see, I don't have to take the status quo. We can come together, we can express online in real life, we can start to talk about how we feel, and maybe just incrementally things will shift.
unmute myself first. Took a while. Absolutely agree with what Sarah said. It was really absolutely gut-wrenching that the whole news with the murder, because she did everything right. She wasn't provocative. She kept herself safe. She was in the middle ground, so to speak. And yet she was viciously murdered. So when it comes to what Evelyn was saying about solidarity and picking what the middle ground is, it has to be something that we can all get behind. But people have to feel that there is some kind of advantage to them getting behind it. So when you don't have inclusion, people feel that it's of no benefit to them. So when you include individuals, or when you decide that you have to include individuals, you have to also think of a way of making them feel that it's a benefit for them. You might feel that it's a benefit for them, but they're the ones who have to be convinced. And I think that's why having inclusion and then getting the right into it, or the left or the center, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that on the opposite extremes, they don't agree that there's any benefit in them being together. So it's not bringing people together, it's how to get people behind a cause, a purpose. You can't just say being human, because we're all human. We've been human for decades, and yet other people have been denied their humanity. So it's getting individuals to feel that there's a common purpose that is an advantage to them, I think. So absolutely agree with what Sarah is saying, and Evelyn, I just thought I'd add that to it.
I think I need something bigger because it's hard to get the pen in the line of the camera. Anyway, I think it's interesting how, on the one hand, this kind of technology means that we all, all we have to do is open our laptops and we can talk to each other and we can talk to anyone online. And that should be great. And it is great in many ways for pulling people together and having a conversation about, what do you think and why do you think it? But at the same time, I feel that, you just go on Twitter and you go on Facebook and you think, are people really like this? Are people really this polarized? And I think a lot of the time the answer is no, they aren't. But somehow social media makes it appear as, I think sometimes people maybe adopt more of an extreme position because they're hidden away behind a laptop, or because they're being too brief and there's not so much nuance on social media debate. But I think sometimes you can fall, and I notice myself sometimes falling into a trap of thinking, goodness me, these people who voted this, or these people who think that, what on earth, what's wrong with them? What are they? And a lot of the time, those people will have similar values to me, perhaps, but just a different way of expressing them or a different way of going about them. And so I think, we've moved quite a long way away topic-wise, but I just think that's an interesting little tangent that social media brings us together in some ways, but makes people appear polarized in a way that's just really unhelpful, and makes people, if people feel under attack, then they entrench down in their position. If I feel criticized by the three of you, I'm not going to be open to listening and to changing my mind. I'm just going to dig my heels in. So sometimes I feel hopeful about social media, that maybe we're over the worst of it and we're going to use it for better political debate, for better kind of inclusion. And other times it just feels like a lost cause. I return the talking point.
I find it very interesting because it's really like letting emerge a lot of notions, like from polarization to what inclusion is and how inclusion can happen. And it comes to my mind, who are the minorities? I mean, on my own, because I was living in different countries, my position, myself, coming from different culture and according where I'm going to live. Am I in a cosmopolitan city like Paris, or am I living in a more secondary city where there is less cultural mixity? You feel more or less being a minority or not, and according to how the system is done and recognized, or how they call you, Do they call you a stranger when you do your administrative, let's say, procedures? Or are you included within a community? I think also the notion minority really adapt to the context where you are and to the flow of the journey. And regarding what you were saying, Sarah, about when you meet with some person that probably they are very, how can I say, very straight in their thoughts. Like it seems that there's flexibility to have a dialogue, but no, they have like really very clear arguments regarding and assertive regarding what they believe in. Sometimes it's also due, now I'm much more, how can I say, tolerant to this kind of position. I try not to say, oh, how do you think? Because if I go, what helps me to understand the other position is to understand that they didn't have the same life journey like me. They didn't have maybe the same chance to meet different people from different culture, and maybe to break some cultural stereotypes that I personally had, some bias that I personally had, and to have like this kind of self-reflection to start to deconstruct and unlearn. And I think the transformation happens at different, even if you want to reach inclusion, happen at several spheres. It can be like at the sphere of practical, like through actions that we deal with each day. It happened at the level of political, like what is the system we are in, helps this inclusion happen or not. And at the personal level, intended as a community, as a collective, how we think, do we stigmatize people? Do we consider this a minority or the mainstream? And at the personal level, if am I able to have a self-reflection to deconstruct the bias that I personally have? I bring this to the center again.
Yeah. I was wondering, Farah, I don't know if I pronounced it correctly, sorry for that. When you were talking about, people are different from each other, that means that you also have to make an effort to try to understand that the other has had a different life journey. And the last years, I came to realize that for me, having studied abroad and living in a different country, as you've done, you're sort of sensitive to the fact that not everyone is the same or has done the same things, went to the same schools, university, or whatever. And I realized that for a lot of people who do not really connect or have a connection with other people from a different background, it is really sort of a different world they come to encounter. But for me, I'm wondering, how can you motivate or stimulate people to try to understand another person who is different from you, background, religion, etc.?
Nothing to add, just absolutely completely agree with what Evelyn said, because you do have people who they're comfortable in their own sphere, in their own bubble, and they interact quite comfortably with people who are in that bubble as well. And on a personal individual level, that's fine. But when their world overlaps with other people's worlds, like you said, how do we convince them to then interact with those other people that are in that overlapping world? In your own personal space is completely fine, but we don't just all live in our personal space. Our personal space it's like a Venn diagram when you have circles interlocking. So how do we get people to feel comfortable to interact with other people, to feel comfortable to include other people into the bigger sphere? I think, like Farah said, it's not just on a personal level, because you can have people who are willing to interact and include and broaden their own personal sphere. But then you will have, on the government level, political parties who are trying to pit people against each other. So on one level, people could be striving forwards to inclusion, and then on another level, they could be striving against inclusion. So like Farah said, we have to kind of get all three spheres together.
Regarding what you're saying, Elizabeth, how do we convince? My question, should we ask the question, how do we convince, or how we, because you used another term that was very interesting, the process, how you create the flow so diversity can meet, and maybe, like really maybe, this process around a joint, I don't know, project, it can be a kind of like you want to garden a leftover in your neighborhood and everyone wants to see something much more beautiful and make a playground. And then through this process, this diversity meet and you recognize, this person has like kind of some values that I share, and he doesn't like fit to the image that I have built around him. So question, it's about like how we create the flow and the process.
Just give up and stop waving. I was smiling then, Farah, because I was thinking it might be easier to think about this if we had a real life example. And just as I was thinking that, you talked about an example of somebody building a community garden. Because I think I was wondering, and I take and I appreciate what's been said about, if you have the good fortune and the good luck to go and study and to work and live in other countries and meet a great range of people, that can inform how you, that then goes on to inform who you are and how you behave. But I think it's also possible that I can travel the world and I can study abroad and I can still remain closed-minded and still kind of stay in my comfort zone and still and it's equally possible that I live in my home village, I go to my local school, I get a job in my village, yet I remain open to all sorts of things. So yeah, I don't think I have any great concluding point there, but just to say there's kind of open-mindedness, tolerance, intolerance everywhere. And I suppose that comes back to thinking about examples of, why, what the goals are in bringing people together. And I guess, again, we are all in a situation where we have felt solidarity or lack of solidarity in ways that we hadn't before, because we're all living through a pandemic. I imagine for all four of us, it's the first time we're living through a pandemic. And certainly to see in the UK in kind of the spring of 2020, where there was a feeling of, we are in this together. A kind of community feeling of pretty much my whole country. Doesn't feel like too much of an exaggeration. And then to see as the pandemic progressed and really it highlighted, well, yes, in some ways we're in the same situation, that there are massive inequalities here in this country and in this world that exacerbate how people are experiencing this pandemic and the kind of chance that they're going to fall ill and how, whether they are worried about food poverty or whether they're worried about, whether they have somewhere for their kids to study at home and all of those kind of things, showed that we're living in a really unequal society. And then we somewhere, I can't pinpoint where, but we lost this feeling of community, this feeling of solidarity and of pulling together. And it emerges in different ways and with different groups. But I suppose one of the things in bringing people together is having a common aim and acknowledging we don't need a common background in order to have a common vision for how we want society to be, for how we want our interactions to be. I'm returning my talking point.
Yeah, I think in the UK, I wouldn't blame it on lockdown fatigue, Sarah, but we kind of got different conflicting information. And I think the pandemic highlighted things that we, in all honesty, didn't know existed. Yes, we knew there was food poverty. We know there are food banks, but we didn't know the extent of that food poverty and food banks until the pandemic happened, and it kept going on and on. And I think we have an image of what our country is like, and some of us seek out more information, some of us scrutinize those information, and some of us are just fine with the information that we have. But I think all three kinds of people realize that the image we have is slightly false, because I worked at the CAB when the food banks, that's the Citizens Advice Bureau. It's a place where people go to find information on welfare, housing, employment, immigration. So when I used to work for the CAB, food banks were starting, and the people that came in were mostly homeless, or they were in between immigration, so they didn't have settled status. And in the UK, if you don't have settled status, then you can't claim benefits, so they had nowhere to get food. So it was those two kind of individuals: people with immigration problems, or people who are homeless and with immigration problems. But in 2020, I found out that it's people that have full-time jobs, that have bills that are just draining their income, and they have nothing left. So it's people that they're not homeless, they've got a job, they've got a roof over their head, their children are going to school. If you list all those characteristics, they'd be deemed middle class, either lower middle class or just upper working class, but they wouldn't be deemed people who need urgent care. So there's this underbelly of poverty, of inequality that I didn't know, and I think quite a lot of people didn't know existed until the pandemic happened. And in terms of gender as well, because women tend to be in job positions that leave them extremely vulnerable, and we didn't realize a percentage until the pandemic happened. And also BAME people as well tend to be in positions like cleaners, hospital workers, just positions that put them out there and put them at risk. We didn't know the extent, and the pandemic kind of blew that out for us to see. But then I know I saw it, and Sarah saw it, and other people saw it, but then did everyone take it in? I don't think so. And that also connects to people traveling the world and still being closed-minded, and somebody living in a village all their lives for like 60, 70 years and still being open-minded. Maybe we can just force people to participate with each other. I have no idea how to get people to actually see something, take it in, and then try and be inclusive and just force them to participate. No idea, but yeah, that's it.
Oh, Elizabeth, many things happening. But one comment is like, this is a bit like, it recalls me a philosopher who says, the more we know, the more we realize how much we are ignorant. I think there is too much things to know, and we are not able to embrace the whole complexity. I think sometimes we choose, I have another friend, he's a sociologist, and he speaks about the conflict of causes, because sometimes when I say, but we cannot be at every cause and like fighting for everything and every social inequality and so on, I said like, yeah, there's conflict of causes. Yeah, but I still I cannot, if I want to do something for social well-being, I need to be okay myself, I need to feel well myself, so I need to create a balance so I can be able to care also for the others. And I think it's quite much, Elizabeth, what you were saying, like about the vulnerability of people. And I think we are all now in different situations of vulnerabilities. also uncertainty in itself. It is a vulnerability, and for sure the pandemic maybe had sharpened more the fact that we can sometimes be more centered on our own issues than being like listening to the other ones and trying to help. One of the solutions is also the localization, like being present in the local realm where you are. And even if it is homogeneous, even if people, probably they are close-minded because maybe you have traveled and saw how people think and so on, and you perceive them as close-minded. But at the end, if it is a homogeneous, like, how can I say, fabric of people, why should I expect from them to be open-minded like me? But as long as they are participating actively in shaping social well-being, also in their surrounding, and in influencing politics in a way that goes towards inclusion, personally, I don't have a problem with that. It's the question of, we want solidarity around what? This is the question. So I leave it there.
Yeah. I think I'd follow up on what you said about the philosopher, Farah, about when you know too much, you actually know only a little. And also in relation to what Sarah said before about social media and all the polarization and all the opinions that are being published online. I think, actually, I'm wondering if one remedy against polarization is maybe also that we don't want to know that much about the people we are living with in a city or in a country. For example, when I meet someone in a supermarket or in my neighborhood or have a little chat, I'm not really, in the sense that they are entitled to their own opinion, their own political views, religious views, etc. And it's not me asking them, so what do you think about politics, or what is your view on gender, or whatever? It is that social media, how you say, sort of makes this whole flood of opinions so prominent, visible in all the information we read every day. And I was wondering, that would be sort of a utopia, but without social media, we wouldn't know the opinions of our uncles and aunts, and it would be fine, since it wouldn't be a cause for all this conflict and annoyance and anger. And well, so since what you brought up, Farah, it's better to know less. Yeah.
That raises an interesting point, which, to go back to the example of the community garden, if we're going to build the four of us a community garden, and there is one at the end of my road, so I'm picturing it I'm picturing it now, but if we were going to revamp that, we need to have shared goals and ideas about who that garden is important for, why we're building it, what plants we're using, whether we're going to have stuff for small children or for older. We need to agree about those things, but we don't need to have the same political views. We don't need to feel the same about the environment. We don't need to feel the same about women's participation in society. As I say these things, I'm asking them to myself as questions as well, because I think sometimes a shared political analysis or a shared analysis of the world helps people come together to do whatever it is they're doing. But I think, yeah, sometimes we just need to focus on the garden and how we're going to get the garden done, and how we're going to improve that, how together we're going to improve that small garden of the world, small patch of the world, rather than me sitting online and saying, those three, they voted for this. I can't possibly work with these people on a garden because of their terrible views about the devolution of Scotland, or about the euro, or about whatever it is. So it's looking for stuff where we can come together and where we do have common views and we can create and achieve things together, rather than looking for the differences and saying, I can't possibly engage with you because of that tweet you posted 10 years ago, or whatever it is.
Sarah, I started during the pandemic to my community garden. So, but each one of us has like if kind of 50 square meters to plant their own food. And there is almost like more than 100 parcel. And when we came, we were like the kind of first youth coming with a lot of people who are already retired, mostly men. And actually it was a great encounter. And people also talking with dialect you don't even understand. For me, it was awesome because I needed to know how to plant and how to seed. And they were like trying all their best to let me know how this can be done. And me, like Lebanese, coming from, like coming to hear, but you speak Italian, like, I mean, it's like this kind of simple encounter. I can call them gray zones. Like, it's not black, it's not white, it's not based on, it's not judgmental. This kind of experience that doesn't mobilize judgments. It's somehow, sometimes you don't even know, I mean, you have like this kind of example. You have your own freedom in planting whatever you want in your own parcel, and you have some common goods. You need to respect how you use the water, at what time, and you need to respect, like, you don't put some plants as high, you don't plant trees, some like kind of regulation, that's all, and the rest, it's a freedom. So the question for participation to bring more diverse people together, what would be this kind of gray zone? That are not black and white, but that can allow this kind of different spheres of freedom within diversity.
Yeah, I think to some degree that's really the big question, isn't it? And thinking again about online and where the gray zones are online. And I mean, partly I was going to say partly my age, but that's maybe a bit of a stereotype. When you talk about grey zones, I am thinking about the community gardens or allotments or the school gates, or I'm speaking to you from the UK, where pub culture would be another space where people would come together and talk. And I mean, for me, I've worked in the charity sector, so people coming together with others from different walks of life to volunteer for different causes. That, as you kind of described with your own experience, that throws you together with a bunch of people that you might not necessarily meet from your day job or from your studies. Or, but I think somehow, the bottom line is that inclusion is good, because it's going to make whatever it is better. Your community garden is better, I think, if you have people with different knowledge of different plants, people who've grown different things, people who've never grown anything before, so are going to ask really simple questions that make the experts look at things afresh. People who don't want to grow anything at all but want to make sandwiches for the rest of the gardeners. The more perspectives you can bring into something, I think the better solutions we're going to have. And maybe a community garden isn't the best example here. Maybe better examples are, the climate is warming up. Are we going to have another pandemic in 10 years' time? Those bigger questions, what can we do about political extremism? What can we do about social media and harnessing it for good? Those bigger questions are where we need inclusion, because as humanity, we need to bring in everybody with a stake in those questions to make sure that they're in the room when those questions are answered, or when we try and come up with answers to those questions. And I think that's somehow got to be seen as the motivating factor, because it is the motivating factor. We need not just a handful of white men or whoever, saying this is what we're deciding for you all. It's that people who are directly impacted by things or have direct lived experience of different things can come together and say, well, actually, this is how it was for me, or this is how it was for me. And the reason for, it's such a big question. I keep doing this to try and put a boundary or get a handle on it. But I mean, ultimately, inclusion for me is directly linked to the quality of the outcomes that we're seeking. And when there's such big, important questions, I think we are foolish not to include as many people as possible.
You opened a new perspective, and actually that relates also to my personal what I do actually as I don't even like to call it a job, as a passion, let's say, because I do participatory planning. So, and one of the main questions, I mean, when you do this kind of role and when you try to help a city or a community to build a vision and try to realize the change they want to have in their environment to have more sustainable development in their area, is also about the figure of who, like, for example, my figure of doing this role. Sometimes we call ourselves experts. It's been a while that I don't like this kind of term experts, or like, because I mean, the more you listen to the people, the more you understand that sometimes the solutions are there. It's about connecting the dots together and playing in mediations and bringing the tools that we know by experience and we know that can help to accelerate the process. So it brings actually on board the question of participatory decision making, and also the notion of cultural humility, like really breaking, especially in the decision making process, this kind of superiority. It's like I decide for whom, and even when we talk about inclusion, who is including who? I mean, it's like how this happens and how participation happens, and how the people, often the most vulnerable people, are the one who believes that cannot be agent in doing the change and would be the last one to participate in any decision, even when you have the process set. So you need to try to outreach to them, to how to recognize this, and also how to recognize that there are solutions, that our role is really to put them together so they can make a sense making and they can function within the system to make it sustainable, and how to recognize the gaps in participation so you can build a process that allows this kind of doing it together, let's say.
But Farah, out of curiosity, how do you reach those people who are not very likable to participate in projects or participate in building community or engaging?
It's yeah, sorry, I need to put this the ritual. Sometimes, it's not even about not interested. It's about not feeling they have a voice that can be valuable. So, for example, a woman like who does food at their house and they do like homemade products, maybe they will not come to the council meeting if you do it, but you can go and visit them at their place and create a safe space so you can discuss with them and better understand the needs or the potential they have. So it's about, we spoke before about the safe space. It's about identifying the different safe spaces so you can really get near to the people who usually will not come to you in specific spaces because they feel not welcomed in somehow. Maybe we can develop the question of minorities. Who for you? Are we developing new notion of minorities today, or are we still like kind of? I ask this question because, for example, with the digital divide, we have some people who are left out. Is it about minorities because we are less represented? It's qualitative, or is it about a number? Or how do you think about that?
My kind of be brief response to that would be, I don't know. My longer one is, that I've just been thinking over the last few minutes, as has been said, who is making the choice to include who, who speaks for who, or who's invited to speak, and I think those are questions to which maybe not many people have. I think they're questions that we are starting to be better and bolder, perhaps, at looking at the moment. But yeah, I think to some degree, perhaps the best we've got at the moment is pausing before, like you would with or like I imagine happens with the planning work, or if we are creating our community garden, that there is some pause to think who are the stakeholders here, who are the people who should have some say. But yeah, as to who the kind of, I'm trying to avoid using jargony words, but kind of who the gatekeepers are and who is giving permission to who to come in is those. Yeah, I hope to some degree we can do away with those terms. But yeah, that is kind of work in progress, thought in progress. So I'm going to leave that there.
In the UK, I'd be a racial minority with quite a small percentage. In Brazil, roughly 52% of the population are of Afro-Caribbean mixed heritage, but I'd still be deemed as a minority in Brazil. And then if I went to South Africa, for example, where Black people are 70-odd%, I'm not a minority statistically, but I'd feel like a minority economically. So there are different aspects to each individual. It's racial, gender, economic, educational, more. And if you're not a minority in one country, you might be a minority in another aspect, another country, like South Africa, being Black, 70%, not a racial minority, but the vast majority of people who are under the poverty line are Black South Africans. So I'd be an economic minority if I was poor. Or economic, I'm confusing myself. Would I be? Yeah. So it's finding, I wouldn't say finding a way, it's going back to the beginning of finding that one thing that we can all be categorized as in one place and then carry that everywhere else, or just get rid of the whole concept of minorities altogether. Because even if you take me to somewhere else, there would be some kind of aspect of my being that would make me a minority, or to take away the negative impact of being a minority has on individuals, because that's why you have minority in the first place. So that's another solution.
I totally agree, Elizabeth, on what you said. Like, probably we need also, I know that we should for recognition, minorities has been said in order to recognize that there is a challenge and we need to address it. But somehow in some system, when it is used, it is stigmatizing people. As also when we call like neighborhoods that are difficult, or like kind of you stigmatize some districts, and finally people are perceived as being excluded from the society. And I think somehow this kind of negative perception also influence on the trajectory of the individuals. And it's happening already in different cities in Europe about this kind of social cohesion policies, where like this kind of naming some areas has been having an impact on this kind of sense of inclusion within the society. So the question of categorizing people, sure, it's a framework that needs to be revised in order to help also inclusion to be better, to have a better flow, and that people really feel that they are welcomed. It's not about someone deciding if they can be welcomed or not.
Yeah, I think, Elizabeth, you said it really beautifully in the sense that everyone is a minority at some point, some time during the day, during an hour. And that realization may help to maybe to change sort of the way we think about minorities. And of course, there's also this power aspect where minorities are ignored or are on purpose are being treated differently. But just this realization and such that we are also minorities is really, yeah, I think would benefit us all.
Actually, I'm wondering, because now, like when we speak about poverty, we also talk about relative poverty in development. So it's not about, like, we need to start finding some ways, or we call it like, are we talking about relative minorities or adaptive minorities? I mean, it's like, what are kind of terms that helps to give like this kind of flexibility? And the fact to understand what does a relative minority means or adaptive minority means, it helps us, guide us throughout our journey to understand that ourselves, as you were saying, Evelyn, can be exposed to this position of minority and what this kind of experience may hold in it, and how the fact of realizing it can help you to be much more empathic with someone else and understand that it's not about me being better of you, or the system must protect me against you, and so on. So
I was just thinking, Farah, how solidarity is also really about empathy, thinking, being empathetic, towards the other, like, okay, what is it to be you and to be in your situation and to live your life? And I think when before I was talking about the Dutch voting for their own political party who will defend their own interest, it's not only thinking about you or your own family, but also about the others.
yes, thinking about ourselves and the others, and how this kind of interaction actually influence the ecosystem we are living in. And the fact that maybe the other, if he finds himself is dominating, or more maybe is being segregated, has an impact on the ecosystem where I'm living in. So we have all this common interest to accept each other and to participate in creating a better environment where we can like have our space without so things get in conflict, but better articulated. Maybe we can finish, since we still have like 10 minutes, probably the question of social media and like this kind of tension between social media and reality. Probably you also have seen the Social Dilemma movie, and about like this time also how social media somehow it created polarization, but sometimes the awareness that probably there are algorithms that are deciding on our behalf and creating bubbles help us also to manage on ourselves these kind of algorithms by searching for diversity on social media and not like being content of only hearing the voices of the ones that are similar to us. On the other hand, being too much on social media sometimes disconnect us from our local reality. So what is the balance to find and how also you find yourself within this kind of balance between being on social medias and being connected to your local environment.
And I think in addition to the questions you just asked, more and more recently, I find myself thinking about, well, kind of life that happens in real life and life that happens online, as if somehow life that happens online isn't real, like that the three of you aren't real or that I'm not real. And so I think sometimes, and perhaps increasingly over the last 12 months, that distinction between, well, what's real life and what's online life, that increasingly will just fall away. I mean, I think even thinking back over the last hour, I think some of this would have been easier and nicer if we were sitting in the same room, having a real cup of coffee. But given geographically where we are, that wouldn't have happened. So it's better to do this than not to have the conversation at all. Yeah, I think there is a distinction, and there, you know, it is sad. We've all seen the same internet memes of people so focused on their phone they don't see what's happening in the real world around them. So there is a balance to be struck. Just at the same time, my mind is also wondering, well, why do we need to clarify whether some experiences are in real life or whether they're online and on social media? Yeah.
Talking about the real and the not real world, like the digital world, I totally agree what you said, Sarah, and I also felt like the last couple of months, especially since the pandemic started, there seems to be this digital world which doesn't really exist, where a lot of riots are happening, demonstrations, a lot of anger, aggressive people, and when you walk on the street, it's so quiet, and you think, well, I was wondering, one of the reasons why I feel so depressed during the pandemics, and it goes up and down, like I think a lot of people are experiencing this, is when I go online and look at Twitter and I don't have any social media and Facebook or Instagram, just because of the fact that I got depressive by looking at all those pictures. And on the other hand, when you were talking about this balance, and I remember I work for the government in the Netherlands, and when you think about internet, it's also kind of a danger or, you know, a threat to the democracy, to people, to health and privacy. And I talked to this guy, and he was an IT engineer, and he was talking about the old days when the internet was still sort of a free space for him and his friends to develop creative ideas and innovation. And I never realized that internet was also a place for guys like him who had really great ideas and, you know, cooperated to make something new. And since then I'm always thinking about, okay, how can we make this balance between the internet with all the possibilities and the internet that poses a huge danger to this social cohesion. Yeah.
If anyone else would not want to add anything, do you want to, because you still have 4 minutes. So wondering if I knock the sound or if still like you would like to express anything regarding the different topics. Please, Sarah.
In some ways it feels like it's gone quickly, but we have covered a lot of things. And I think one thing I will take away with me is the kind of definition of solidarity as meaning empathy. And so thinking, yeah, how do we bring more empathy into our own lives, and how do we yeah, and into the lives of others. And I think that's something that I will take away from our discussion, which I have enjoyed. And yeah, I think that will play on my mind in coming days and coming weeks.
And for me, it would be fluid minorities. It's like having something much more organic and taking shape according to the context, and trying to endorse it, to have empathy, to understand also the other's position, and maybe like this have more a dialogue, not a discussion. I think it was one of the principles of this kind of dialogue that we were doing. It's about not having an open space where each of we create a sense from the different views that we are bringing to the table, and not about already set arguments and trying to convince each other about that. Evelyn, Elizabeth, would you like to have the last words?
Yeah, very briefly. Thanks. Fluid Minorities was a really great one, and it's really, I say, making my day to hear, to see that other people are also struggling with this question, but that in the end we, at least the four of us, share this common, I say, feeling like, okay, we all want to do, we have something in common. We want to have a world with more solidarity, and well, let's do it.
Fluid minority, amazing word. I'm going to take that away. And also having something that we can all get behind, like a community garden, figuratively speaking, and also literally speaking as well. And it's been amazing talking to you ladies.
So I can make the brain busy for all of us. I also thank you so much. It was really great. And I think we can also, after that, stay connected. I made a screenshot of the names, but Elizabeth, I don't have your last name, so probably if you can write it for the last minute shot like this, we can connect if you would like to.
Yeah, that would be great.
Absolutely.
And here we go. Yeah, I think at this point, I'm very happy. I wasn't expecting that we really have like all these kind of very insightful discussions and also insightful conclusions. So, and also like really to get so fast into debating about very complex questions. So thank you all. I think, yes, here he is, Gima is coming.
Came back. I was like just watching and listening to you. It was pretty amazing. Thank you so much for that. It's the feeling that we are not alone, you know, as Evelyn was saying, like we're not alone feeling struggle about this situation. So it's nice to have this time together. And I came back and I will paste 2 links on the private chat for you. The first one is inviting you to the Wonder. We have a kind of break time there. It started on this time that I included here, but we're also there. Once we're there, you just need to drag your profile picture or camera to find the others on the space. It's pretty funny. And then your cameras open up and then you can start to talk with the others. And then the second one is just a survey. So we're inviting you to give us a feedback. Okay? Okay, guys.
Thank you, Dima. Thank you.
Thanks.
For your time.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Mathieu. Nice to see you again. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hi.
Yeah. Hi, Gigi. Let's wait for Maureen. There is a sound from someone that I don't know. Maybe it's Maureen. Yeah.
No. Yeah, okay.
Now you are.
Hello.
So just wait a minute for Maureen. I don't know what happened. Just a few seconds. And then I'll give you all the instructions, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, as we are just 1 minute to start, maybe I'll include Maureen when she or he, I don't know, come back. Okay? So my name is Gima from Solidialogues, and I'll be here guiding you and helping you with the technical instructions or something that you need. So please do not press the full screen because I'll be here on the private chat. So if you need something, you can write me there because I'll be not on the screen. We have 60 minutes for the dialogue, and I'll come back on the private chat to inform you, okay, we are on our last 10 minutes, then again to say 5 minutes, and then Mathieu will close the dialogue. Just another reminder, do not forget your talking stick. So whenever you want to talk, choose something that is close to you. Could be a rock, could be a camera, could be a pen, anything. Just bring in front of the camera, pick the word to you, and then when you end, put it back. Do not forget to mute yourself when you're not speaking. This helps us a lot to listen to the others. Let's see if there's something else. Yeah. Is this so? If Maureen appear on the camera, I will include it on your dialogue. Okay, babe. So maybe somehow she or he will appear. Wait, let's wait. There's something. There's someone join us. Just a second.
Stage.
Oh, hello, Hildegard.
Hello. Wait.
I just need to ask you to click on these 3 dots side by the mic button to include your second name and your location, please.
My second name, Lotz. I'm in Belgium.
Let's see if I can. I can't edit. Can you edit yourself? Click on this 3. Can you see the mic button, the microphone button on your camera, on your screen? And then click on these 3 dots, and it will open a space, and then you can write your name.
Oh boy, I'm doing this on my phone. I'm not very good with this stuff. Do you need to have my full name?
No, just your second name and your location, so the audience can see where you're based right now.
I'm.
But we can start, and then during the dialogue, you can try to do it. Okay, I can help you on the private chat, saying the steps. Bring your talking stick, Hildegard, to your hand when you want to talk about something. Okay, when you want the word to you. So I'll give him my talking stick to Mathieu, and I'll be back in the end. Have a nice dialogue. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Hi everyone. So I'm Mathieu and I will be the facilitator. Very pleased to meet you all. So I will start the dialogue by just giving you the sound I found, which is just like that book. I thought, you know, that opening it and closing it does make a sound, and I like it somewhat. So here we go. Here's the dialogue open. And I will also remind you all of something that you've probably already seen, is that the aim of this dialogue is to speak from the heart, to listen as we would like to be heard, and to be brief and precise. And I will start the dialogue by providing you with a seed topic, and afterwards we can freely elaborate on it or on something else or on whatever is present. And but before doing that, I suggest that we briefly, in a few words, just say who we are and what brings us here, knowing also, bearing in mind that the topic of that dialogue is identity and polarization. So in my case, my name is Mathieu. I'm from Geneva, Switzerland, and I'm here because one of my good friends is organizing this event. He's Breno, and that's how I heard from this whole Solidialogue magnificent event. It's through him. I'm a social psychologist by training. I'm actually at my office right now. I'm lucky enough to be able to go to my office, which is not a given in these times. And my main, I'm doing a PhD in social psychology, and my main areas of research are discrimination, prejudice, the rise of the far right, also polarization, and how basically the media influences us and can somewhat polarize our opinion or not. But notwithstanding that, you know, I'm also a human being with a full complex life, and I'd be glad to also speak about something else than my work. Yes. What about you all? Who are you and what are you up to?
Unmute. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'm Ole. Open House in Danish. Open House is the English translation. I'm a former journalist. I worked with Danish Broadcasting Corporation. I've been working in Brussels with the EU, but I also worked a lot in developing countries with development communication before that. And I studied Chinese once upon a time. And well, okay, I have 2 children and 4 grandchildren. Yes. Here.
Through Breno. He's my son-in-law. But my main thing in life has been a mother. And for a long time, I was frustrated that I couldn't add titles and things to that. But now I think it's the most wonderful thing that I've not been defined by jobs or by credentials, or I can just be anything, really. And I have been very much on a spiritual journey, I would call it, that has been very self-directed. I've followed my inner voice most of my life, and I've had the opportunity to do that. And so, yeah, polarization has been something that I have observed, but also I find ways of bringing it all together again, allowing. I've always been fascinated by the how polar opposites find each other again in projective geometry when you go to the infinite, and that's been my main interest in bringing it all back together.
Hello, I'm Gigi. I am. Is it? It's not my mic. My mind is mute, but I don't think this noise comes from me. There is noise coming from somewhere. Anyway, I'll continue. I'm a curator and also scholar, performance studies scholar, and performance maker as well. And I'm based in Athens. I've also lived many years, and I did my studies in London, so I lived many years in London. And I recently became a mother, so it was really funny when Hilde said that that's not one identity that I would usually kind of foreground. On the other hand, I would constantly be in this kind of work kind of identity and world, but like now my baby is 3 days. It's 3 days now that he's been so ill, and I cannot sleep at nights. And I really respect all mothers. It's like how people can do it years after years after years.
Thank you so much, all. So, as a seed topic, I thought that I would just speak about my perspective on identity and polarization from a psychology point of view. Nevertheless, I'm really like embracing what you're already bringing, and I feel that I'm just throwing this out there, knowing that we don't have to be stuck with that topic, and that we can let things flow and speak about whatever we want, basically. So, from my perspective, I understand one's identity as being before all constructed by our social relationships and context. So I feel like our identity is deeply embedded into our social networks, and who we are and who we think we are and what is important to us is very much an expression and a mirror of our social environment. And I feel that this tightly relates to polarization in the sense that we do sometimes get in touch with things we disagree with, and then it touches us somewhat, both in our values and also in what we believe in. And I think this can happen at many levels. It can be at a political level when we see that some ideas are gaining strength and that we deeply disagree with these ideas. But also it can be at a more like intimate level to disagree and polarize in our position with someone we love and that we have a disagreement with. And so I feel that the level of exploration of that theme can go like, really from the macro social level of big political and social processes, which have been actually very strong lately. And also it can relate to the most intimate part of us and of who we relate with. And also, like, my work has been focused on like trying to understand how perceiving that something is polarized will drive us towards action, So it can be that if I feel that the issue I am feeling about, for instance, immigration policies, is something that is really like somewhat touches me, in my identity and in my values, then if I see that the issue is divided in society, like people are polarized on the issue, then there will be a greater probability that I will actually engage in order to make something happen. And also, I've been looking at the media in how they drive polarization by looking at how homogeneous our social network is in our media, like social media, Facebook, Twitter, and so on. And I've seen that if our social network is very homogeneous, then we will be polarized in our attitudes, either in favor of something or against something. And in my case, I've studied immigration attitudes, and I've seen that the more our social network is homogeneous, the more people will be pro-immigration if they have a leftist political orientation, and the more they will be against immigration if they have a rightist political orientation. So I find that like amazing, because somewhat the social media in which we are embedded does have an impact on how we polarize. And additionally, I've seen that polarization doesn't have to stay. And I've conducted, for instance, a study where participants who were against immigration were discussing and debating the issue with participants who were in favor of immigration. And that's a big political cleavage nowadays. And so what we've asked participants is also to engage in that discussion either with empathy or taking the shoes of their discussant, like the person who was holding opposite opinion as them, or either they had no instruction. So we basically had 3 groups of people. And we can see that asking participants to really feel the other's emotion does have an impact on the outcome of the conversation. And similarly, when they are asked to cognitively engage and put themselves in the shoes of another person. Because I feel like this is often what's happening when we are polarized, is that we stay on our position and somewhat we kind of want to find the best counter arguments to hold on our view, rather than on taking oneself out of our position and just turning it upside down and just understanding what the other is feeling and thinking. However, what I've also seen is that empathy and perspective taking do not always have good consequences. For instance, in some cases, to feel empathy towards someone exacerbates the tensions, So I feel like it's a fine-grained equilibrium that we somewhat need to find when we find ourselves in a situation where we disagree with something and where our identity is also involved. Yes, that being said, I'm just putting the talking stick back. Thank you for listening.
I tend to think that identity and identity has the built-in problem, I think, that there has to be something which is the other. I mean, you can't be a Dane without some other people being non-Danes, right? Or Europeans without some other people being non-Europeans. And to me, this is important because the way we look at immigrants and other people, I mean, is very much sort of a question of our own identity. We somehow polarize. We somehow expel, whatever, other people because we're trying to establish an identity of our own. So to me, the problem of identity, and there is a problem, is to somehow have an open identity, which means that I can realize that I am myself, but accept that other peoples are not like me, or have other opinions and have other ways of life and whatever. I don't know how you other look at this, but to me this is important, and I think that this is one of the main problems we have today in the kind of society we have today, because now everybody has an access to public space, to public sphere, or to debate in the public in public. And that means that a lot of people go by more by identity than by other things. And I think it's all right. I think it's good. But there is this problem that it means that you have to realize whether you want to expel others, and that means polarize the debate, or whether you will accept that you have an identity and you can accept that others are there as well and discuss them with them. And I think have a dialogue with them, and more or less like we are having today. We don't know so much here about each other yet, but still.
One of the exercises that I have done was, working with the idea that everything, in quantum physics, that everything is connected by some field, and then allowing myself to explore how far can I allow myself to be one with that? Just an exercise of, can I, it's easy to say I'm one with my group, people like me, but can I be one with people like Trump, or people that are psychopaths, or any kind of people that I think are the problem, And it's very confronting, but it's a very wonderful exercise, I think, to get to see where your boundaries are. How far can you allow yourself to include the opposite? And so that's one of the things that I have explored. And it tells a lot about yourself and your but it's and yeah, I think for now that would be enough.
I guess, yeah, I mean, a little bit like what kind of Hilde said, that sometimes it's always the question of, yeah, of course, it's how do we dialogue with others, but there are certain things that, it's not things that we should negotiate so much. So it's like, okay, it's not about identity, but it is about, certain limits of like, okay, people have different views, and that's okay. We can respect different views, but certain views also are, are kind of harming. So we should have certain limits on like, okay, I totally understand that sometimes we also need to create spaces for dialogue and spaces of encounter that do not categorize this as this is excluded and this is excluded, so people feel more open to actually express what they feel, or may sometimes open also to reconsider what they have in mind. But on the other hand, it's also about the limits in that.
Mm-hmm.
Because if someone, for example, you mentioned about immigrants, says, okay, immigrants should die, what can you discuss there? You know, it's like there are certain limits of a discussion, whereas discussion can go. But I think something really interesting that you said before was also about, like, today with the social media and the construction of identity. I don't know who said it, Ole said it. I think that's something else. It's so much foregrounded always the identity. And then, of course, there are the algorithms that they reinforce this identity. And then somehow it gives us a construction of the world that it is based on our identity or our ways of seeing. So it's actually reinforcing. It's almost like becomes an algorithm of a certain kind of psychological process. But maybe, Matthew, you can talk more about that.
I wonder whether could we discuss this sort of by using Hilde's term, sort of being one with. It's not a term that I would have used normally, but it may be an interesting thing. It's because, of course, it includes that the other is also in my space, or what? How far does it go? I mean, you said no, you're not one anyway, right? But could you dialogue with him? Is that what you mean by it, or what?
Was that a question to me, or? For me, I have had a very exceptional kind of path. When I say I have explored motherhood to its large content, I have 5 children and 2 grandchildren. But I also have been going, at one point, and this is just connecting myself with an all-encompassing force of an archetypal motherhood, and having that ability to absorb things in conversations, in groups, so there is, it's so when I say I can become one with something, I can become one with something. That is not something that's because of explorations that I have learned to do and that I have learned to explore. But I'll give you an example of one of the explorations. At one point in meditation, I saw myself as a pixel in a photograph. And when I looked up, I could see that the photograph was a pixel of a larger photograph, and all the way up to infinity. And when I looked down, I saw that the pixel that I was a photograph. And so it went all the way in. Then I could see that the pixel next to me had a slightly different perspective on the photograph. And all the other pixels in the photograph each had their unique perspective. And then when I changed something inside of me, the whole photograph changed. But when the other pixels changed something, also that they changed the photograph somehow. And then the whole, when that continued, I said it was very overwhelming because there was such no coherent picture anymore, because there was so much, altering that had happened. And then I could feel that there was, I thought this is like what we are at the state of the planet at this point, because everyone has individually been trying to change the picture somehow, and there is no coherent, all-pervasive or all-encompassing image anymore. But then I could feel that there was this force, an even bigger force, that was embracing it again. And so that for me, all of it, that for me then became the that no matter how polarized things are, there always is a larger force that will bring it back together, and will make it, once all that chaos and all that polarization is contained, it will start to find a way again. And that is what, it gets so fragmented to a point that it will start finding unity again. And so that was for me an experience that also, it's like finding scales on a musical note, that you have all these expanded pictures of small and large, and at one point you can sing and harmonize, and the other, there is this that can be discord in the other parts. So so to get back to your question of being one, it is, for me, it's a very expanded, because that's been part of what if I'm somewhere and there are polarized views, people that see, I always try to find the point where I can embrace it, where I can allow it to be polarized and trust that it will come together again. So I'm not doing this in the theoretical way. I'm doing this more in the experimental, practical way.
I guess that would be interesting to think. There is so much like theory right now on like how much like the humans have become the center of the universe anyway, and there are other kind of non-human also bodies that we can see that. We can talk also about the kind of polarization of identity as like the humans, that we are like the kind of dominant here, the Anthropocene, that is kind of so dominant, and the thing is how also we actually coexist with other non-humans, and that we don't necessarily kind of, how is are the identity shifts there, how we coexist with outside of it. I mean, I've been like, because of the lockdown, spending lots of times, of course, we all spend a lot of time alone, and more time in nature and with animals, and so it's like, it's also a different kind of way how we relate with other kind of forces of nature.
And you can relate to everything. You know, like the ancient people used to relate everything and communicate with everything.
But maybe there are different aspects of our consciousness, and that it's difficult to me. It's difficult to feel that I am one with everything in my social life, and what I thought of when I saw this concepts, identity and polarization, was more sort of in social life, but I think that we, yeah, I don't know. I can't see that in social life you can get much further, and I can't get much further than dialogue. I think in the way I see it, dialogue means that I accept that we are all in this world, that I have to have an interest in you and me, and that the way that we are talking, or the fact that we are talking, is a way of investigating things, and I think that goes for all levels of talk, actually, as long as we are dialoguing and respecting each other.
Yeah.
Can we also perhaps think of practices as well as a kind of another way of thinking against perhaps this polarization of identity? Because of course, when we are talking, and of course that's another discussion, it's like, what are the spaces that we usually talk at? You know, there are different, like our world is very organized and it's very smooth. So we usually kind of bump into the people that we have common opinions with, or avoid the people that we don't have the same opinions. But I guess another thing to think of, so it's not only the talking, but it's also about the practices. So it's also about what are kind of the practices that contest this polarization of identity. That it might be another way that we kind of come close to others through what we are doing rather than what we are saying simply.
And it is trying to, you know, feel like if what makes people, you know, whether it's populism or extreme right, or make choices, and why is it that, you know, there is that hatred, and trying to find, you know, coming to an understanding of what makes people act a certain way, what have they experienced in their life, trying to understand rather than judge straight away, and trying to the things that trigger you, that make you annoyed with someone, to try to see what is it within myself that's still unresolved, or that is, you know, annoying me, or, you know, because oftentimes they're mirrors. So yeah, there are many practices in trying to see the common ground. And I think this dialoguing is a very good way of trying to see the common ground with, rather than what pulls you apart, but also to see that there are things that bind us.
But I guess one thing, I think maybe I would go back to what we said in the beginning, which is that there are certain certain limits, and the thing is what you do there. Like, for example, here in Greece, a few years ago, we had the big rise of Golden Dawn, which is a neo-Nazi party. So, and like 8% of people vote for them, and they're members of the parliament. And, you know, they also court case recently. Thankfully, they were also like terrorist organizations. So it's like, how do you dialogue with people that they, or why do you dialogue actually with people that they are so far, you know, they have other kind of totally different kind of views. I mean, in some ways, it's not only the people, but then it's, I mean, also, you know, it's like, okay, in principle, yes, but then we see, for example, the media being manipulated, and you know, like we see the kind of have certain kind of use always and kind of views, and it's, I don't know, it's like it's not only the polarization of identity, it's something, of course, that links with wider issues that, you know, they're kind of linked with what that is serve, what does it serve.
So, yes. How do you relate to Golden Dawn in Greece? How do you see it?
It's something we have to fight against. And, you know, not necessarily like thinking of the people, you know, but I don't even think of the innocence of people that vote for something like that. But, you know, some people, there are arguments of some people say, well, people didn't know when they were voting or something. But, you know, on the other hand, it's something, it's you know, it's not our biggest problem right now. We actually have a lot of problems with the management of the pandemic and the government that we currently have. And so many challenges in the social realm, but you know, there are certain things that you have to fight against.
Do you feel that since Golden Dawn party leaders have been sentenced to jail, the issue is somewhat resolved, or do you feel that the far right is somewhat taking a new form in Greece? I mean, for instance, I've seen that the current government is having deep security and control measures being implemented, which are frightening.
Yeah, you know, of course, it was great to have this announcement from the court about Golden Dawn. So it was a bit of a relief on some ways, but no, the problem is not resolved. And, you know, like never a problem is resolved like that, isn't it? Like the roots of the problem are actually always kind of somehow deeper. And right now, I think it's a very difficult moment. We have extreme kind of police violence and also the measures that are for the pandemic. They, you know, it's like we have a kind of almost, Greece is almost turning into police state. It's like it's really, I think that, yeah, it's a very, very, very difficult situation. And at the same time, all sorts of like new laws passed from the parliament at this moment in time, where no one can really react against the environment and about new kind of conditions in the universities and so on. So it's a very difficult political moment. That, you know, that's the thing. It's like you have to fight against it with whatever way you can. And of course, we are during this pandemic, that it's also difficult you have to find new ways, or you have to, you know, it's not easy to respond. So, you know, that's what I'm saying about limits. There are certain things. It's like, okay, we have to find ways to work together with the people that we have a basis to work together, rather than trying to convince people or dialogue with people that it's impossible to have a common ground. I'm giving it back the stick.
I will just go out and pick a loudspeaker, because it's difficult to hear what you say, Gigi, because of the speaker here or whatever. I think I can improve listening, so I will be back in a second.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that your reality in Greece must be very tough, actually. And in Switzerland, I live in a very protected environment where many of the issues that you are facing collectively are not very present. And also, like, in terms of lockdown, we have a very smooth lockdown where we don't have any harsh measures being imposed on us. Like, for instance, we can still freely go out, which is not a given in many countries. And I feel also that, although there are certain significant hurdles in Switzerland pertaining to the economic consequences, for instance, there is still quite a big safety net, which limits the harm somewhat. But I look around and I see that it really isn't the case in many other countries. And I feel like, polarization comes from exhaustion sometimes, to really being fed up by something. And I feel like there is some legitimacy sometimes to polarize, because when things feel wrong for too long, and when things are just like you feel as if you speak to a wall and there is no response, then of course, somewhat you get angry and you get ready to kind of stand in a stronger way for what you believe in. And I think this can go both ways. I feel like, supporters of Golden Dawn have been led by a sense of disbelief in their political elites, and led by a feeling of being let down and being like disrespected in many ways, and also by the feeling that whatever they do won't get a voice somewhat. And so I feel like there is, in that sense, a certain legitimacy to their call. But then the thing is that, which I find problematic, is that their call is being channeled in a direction which is, xenophobic and nationalistic and harmful. So to me, like, polarization does occur especially in difficult contexts like Greece, I can imagine. But I feel like then the key question is how we channel it. How it's being responded to is crucial. Yes.
I wasn't sure what you mean by how do we respond to it. But isn't it like not exactly polarization, because polarization actually but puts a kind of certain limits, but it's also about like finding common ground. It's the basis of organizing and the basis of actually initiating action against something. And that's never easy. So it's not like, even with people that you supposedly believe the same things, it's not easy to say, oh, well, yeah, now we believe the same things, here it is. That's also a process. It's like, okay, get into a common ground. That's what you mentioned before, practices. Is also, what are the practices that allows to because everything around us and the way society is a little bit structured, it's towards the end of this, being in our little small bubbles a little bit. So, and it's, and I think it's even more challenging now with the pandemic and the lack of common spaces as well. So it's like it actually, we see what it brings. It brings more inequalities. It's like, who is privileged is more privileged and who is not is not. And, that also goes with neighborhoods and areas and cities and whatever. It's like we see that being kind of intensified, and we don't see like, okay, how this can really be challenged in the everyday. So
I think that yeah, life in Greece is a bit different from Denmark, I guess. But we had a very disturbing situation here, I think. And I think that, and this is an example of polarization in that, and it's about Corona. The government started out saying that now we close down. Everybody was sort of in agreement with that, I would say, or a large proportion of society was. But at the same time, they said that we will take harsh measures and we will introduce the police if necessary and whatnot. Well, that's a tone which I don't like in society. It's a tone which I think should not be necessary in a society like ours, at least. So I was surprised by that. Now, there was a group of people, men in black, they call themselves, which I think they are old football hooligans, those who started it. But many other people went along with them, and it was a very peaceful demonstration in that they took pots and pans and drums and whatever, and started making noise outside the parliament for a long time. They were very eager, and they went on with that, and they didn't do much more than that. Then they had a demonstration. At that demonstration, somebody set up a doll in a lamppost and burned it. And said that this was Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen, and some other people apparently put a match to it and burned it, or started burning it, or whatever happened precisely. So that's one thing which happened, which was not so nice. Yes, okay. Then there was a woman who said, "Let's go down and destroy this town in a nice way." A very strange expression, but something apparently taking over an expression from Trump's demonstration in Washington. Now, the point I want to make is that then she was charged by police and taken to court, and now everything you do, all sorts of crimes related to Corona, have double penalty now. So for this, she got 2 years in jail. And now, okay, she has appealed, but I think it's really disturbing that because of course Corona is a crisis situation, and of course you have to have measures against it. I agree to that, but to which degree? I mean, and I think we have to accept that some people don't feel that this is just, and it must be part of freedom of expression that you say that we will do this or we will do that, as long as they're not smashing half of the town or whatever. That's my way of looking at it, and I think that these people are sensible, I guess. I haven't any opinion about, I don't have any reason not to think so. I think they're reasonable. So, I mean, we have to talk to them, and that's the only way out, as far as I can see.
Mm-hmm. Very good. In Belgium, we've had this the extreme right party that has come up and won at one point 30% of the in the Flemish part, at least, of the in 96, I think it was. And then the other parties formed this cordon sanitaire, where they agreed they would never go in government with the extreme right, with the neo-Nazi party. And it has just kept on growing, that each time they have to make more and more elaborate conjunctions to try to have enough votes to counteract the neo-Nazi party or the extreme right party. And at this point, we finally, you know, in the Flanders, they are the biggest party now, the neo-Nazi party. So this trying to keep something away doesn't always work, you know. It's trying to, so for the next elections, as it is now, they will be the biggest party. In Holland, I think they were just the biggest party as well, you know. So all this, and it is listening to these people, you know, the populists, they have a way of listening to these people, or at least making them believe that they're listening to them, so that they can, you know, they become, you know, they're in power, and but there are many people that have been at the, you know, that have never had a voice in our society in Europe, in Belgium, and in, you know, that are voting, and their fears, and they're voting for these neo-Nazi parties. And I think it is something that's happening in many countries right now. So this whole thing of trying to keep the bad out, we have tried that for thousands of years in our world, trying to keep the bad out so we can be good, and or have a good situation. That has not really worked so far. You know, we would have a perfect, if we would have, because, you know, there's been so much trying to destroy the bad and hoping that we have good then, but so.
I very much agree with what you're saying, Hilde. I find it right on point, actually. These days, I'm conducting some studies on the social stigma associated with far-right parties. So, you know, often people do not want to be associated with them in any way because they feel like there is a risk of being labeled as racist, as neo-Nazi, and they don't want to have kind of identity being imposed upon them. However, these parties do have a message which is appealing to a lot of the population. And so I feel like indirectly, by positioning themselves as victims, for instance, of the establishment, or by saying that they are constantly the only one representing the people and being righteously representing the people, then they gradually get more acceptance. And once they get into parliament, often they gain more legitimacy too, and so on. And yeah, that being said, I'd like to say that we only have 3 minutes left in our dialogue. So I will make a sound with my book, and then I feel like we can just have a kind of like short close out of the session. So here's the sound. Yes. Yeah, sorry. So as a closeout, I was thinking about just perhaps in a few words saying what you take from that conversation, and perhaps, you know, how you go from there. In my sense, in my case, I get a lot of like joy from speaking with you. It's been tremendously interesting. and a lot of different perspectives, and I feel a lot of wisdom in many ways. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Feel like we're just beginning. It would be nice to extend it a little bit.
Yeah, I have the same feeling. But I mean, where do we go from now, Matthew? You know more than we do.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's like we just started. It just feels that now we're starting. It takes some time to establish a code with, and this, yeah. So yeah, Matthew, you can tell us what's the next steps.
Yeah, thank you so much. I feel also that we've just started, but unfortunately it has to end already. But I keep your perspectives as seeds of inspiration for my work, and I really wish you well in everything that you do. And yeah.
Mm. Look, why not? Okay, I will write my email address here, and I would be happy if you would write me, and so we might keep in contact when needed. So. B2, okay. Crash.
So should I?
Okay. Then I'll come to say goodbye. Okay. Yes. How come this one crash?
So I came to make the sound.
I did this one before. I'm sorry you haven't heard it.
Didn't pay attention. I was like super intense listening to you, and for me it was like thinking about like this is the endless purpose, like where do you start, like when do you start? For me this is a endless purpose, a never ending process. It was really beautiful to watch all of you, and I just need to give you 2 links. Just a second, I'm gonna paste it on our private chat. The first one is inviting you to our Wonder. We started like a meeting place during our breaks. So just go there, and then you open the camera, and you can drag your camera through the space to find others, and then your camera will open, and then you can find and talk with more people. There are in another dialogues. It's pretty funny. And please, when you have a short time, give us your feedback on this type form that I'm also sending to you. Okay? Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thanks you too for the support.
Yeah. Thanks for now.
Ciao, ciao.
Nice meeting you. Somehow.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Can you hear me good?
Hey. Fine.
Hey, Teal, can you please include your second name plus your location? Just click on these three dots close to the mic button. Thank you so much for your time here. It's been really precious to watch all of you today. I'm Guima from Solidialogues. I'm in Brazil right now. I'll be helping you with the technical issues or whatever you want to ask me or need from me. Just write me on the private chat because I'll be not on the screen during the dialogue. So do not press the full screen so I can be the whole time on the private chat. Our dialogue is about 60 minutes, as you know. And when you're close to the end, I'll come back to say on the private chat, okay, our last 10 minutes, then again to say our last 5 minutes. Don't forget your talking stick. You can choose whatever you want that is close to you. In my case, could be my camera. So when you want to talk, put on the front of the camera, so pick the word to you. And then when you end, put it back. And the others can do the same. What else? Do not forget to mute your mic while not talking because it's easier to understand the others. Yeah, I think it is. I'll come back in the end. How can I pronounce your name, Adna? Is Adna?
Yes, Adna.
I'm trying to pronounce correctly all the names. So I'm giving you my talking stick to you. And
Thank you.
Un beijo. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao. Hello, everyone. So my name is Adna, and today I am thrilled to be facilitator of this dialogue. So as you know, as Guima already said, we use these talking pieces to take the word. And I'll try to use this one so we can all introduce ourselves. So I will put this one in the center, and who wants to start first and introduce themselves are welcome to.
Okay. Hello. So I'm from France, and my name is Sylvie, and I have been working all my life near art or in art. I was an art educator, and then I organized many artistic events, cultural events, and then switched to NGO communication, but art stayed very important in my means of communication. So I was very much interested in the title of this workshop. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Elena. I'm from Lithuania. I am arts and culture manager, and I am a researcher and consultant. I manage projects within culture and creative sector. Well, even though I work as a culture manager, arts manager, I don't have that much of experience working with the artists as such yet. I'm more of a researcher and research cultural democracy and international cultural relations and how these processes work. So more from that theoretical side, but also trying to combine that in practice. Now I run an NGO, consultancy NGO, also in the culture and creative sector. So I'm not that much of arts, but I'm more about the culture as a broader term and a broader spectrum. So I'm putting it back.
Hey, I'm Till from Germany. I'm currently studying for a master's in philosophy at Kingston University in London. Yeah, that's it for now, I think.
Okay, so as you already know, our seed topic today is art as communication. So before we start our dialogue, I'm obliged to remind you of 3 core principles of this dialogue. The first one is to be brief and precise, and to speak from your heart, and as well to listen actively and to listen as you'd like to be heard. And my first question, a starting question, was, has ever an art piece spoken to you? So have you ever found yourself in a position that you feel that looking at the painting or watching a performative act has raised some new questions to you, or has stated something that you never thought about? Can you think of such experience to share with us for this beginning?
I will speak then. I have many memories of, how can I say, very intense moments with artworks. But the best and the most important ones in my life were about connecting between art, myself, and a public, and generally children, and especially young children. And these moments have changed my life in a sense that it made me understand that to communicate, you have to find the right language. And as I have been working a long time with children, this language includes body language. And talking about art is talking about sensuality, emotion, and trying to translate this emotion using body language has made me understand, I don't know, maybe how I want to be in this world. So very early, as a teenager, and then during my studies, I was at home with art pieces, especially with abstract art. We have a painter in France with whom I have been working a lot. His name is Olivier Debré, D-E-B-R-E. And his very large and expressionist paintings have transformed my life.
I found it very interesting that Sylvie mentioned also the physical side of the arts, and because what I was thinking, what moves me, or what made any kind of influence, or what spoken to me, it's usually dance performances or theater, but especially dance. I think it's also because I had experience being there in that medium, being as a medium myself, and then translating the message or emotions that I have myself, and that feeling. So the communication then goes both ways, because you as an art piece itself, and then you're also communicating. So it's very powerful, I think. So almost any time I'm there, it's just the body, the movement, even the smell, sound, and everything. It moves me but also I have this thing, I think, about Tate Modern in London. Anytime I go there, for me it's like a magical place. I don't know why, I don't have any explanation for that, but I could just sit there for hours and stare into one thing or another, one piece, another piece. It's just yeah, so anytime I'm there, I'm definitely would go there. So it's yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting that you said, or that you mentioned questions, Adna, because what first came to mind for me were experiences where I didn't really, it wasn't really that a question came up, but more that, and also that, not that it was answered, but I think that it didn't matter in a way for a while. I had to smile, Elena, when you mentioned Tate Modern, because Daphne had these experiences quite often at Tate Modern. And yeah, just think all the examples that came to mind for me were experiences where I didn't really have a question or an answer afterwards, but just had been able to just sit there for a while or stand there. Yeah.
Thank you, Till. I really loved what you just said, because as an artist, I believe that art is something that's somehow in the space between, in the space that is, on one side, you have the communication as spoken communication, as spoken language, also including the body language. That's something that can be somehow graspable. And the other hand, you have something that you cannot communicate. That's what Elena was talking about. I don't know what it is. I cannot put it into words. I cannot explain it, but it's just a feeling. And I think that's something really special about art, that leaves you in this space in between, and you need to find yourself. And I think that it's beautiful when you find the words for it, because that means that you understood that feeling really well. I don't know what you think about it.
It's just a reaction that came to my mind. Yeah, it is nice. It is beautiful in a way, but sometimes it's also frustrating, because sometimes it gives you more questions, even more questions, and more thoughts about everything. And you just, well, I don't know what to do with that. What am I supposed to do then? But this is, because there's a painting example, or there's a performance, and you just spoken to me, just raising me more questions and thoughts, and then I'm left alone in this open space. And what am I supposed to do then? So there are, I think, kind of both ways, the feelings and the emotions. So this is, what comes to my mind. It's just, yeah.
It's interesting what you just said. Do we need to have? I mean, there's no solution. There's no problem and solution. So, I recently, well, before we were confined, went to the theater and saw a play, a very interesting play about youth. And the scriptwriter actually wrote sketches like, and he called them legends of today's youth. And when I came out of that show, I didn't know what to do with it. And I repeat what you just said. What should I do with it? Well, maybe maybe we shouldn't do anything with it. Maybe it's just carrying something is like, you know, you're having a new thing, like you put things in your pockets, good things, things that make you think, things that make you laugh or make you happy. And all this comes to building something. But you see, I'm always talking about art with my, I don't know if my professional, how can I say that, will or feeling that I should, which is my problem with result, I should make people, make a link between art and people. So I was just telling you there's no need for result, and then I fall in the pit myself.
Okay, so maybe there is this solution for your inner fight, Sylvia, because sometimes when we don't understand things, we have even bigger need and urge to understand them. So even if we are frustrated by not understanding a specific piece of art, or even if we have a million questions in our heads, we are, I think, by nature being forced to somehow find answers for them. And sometimes I think it's just good to be in the silence. And even though an art piece doesn't speak to you at all, maybe that was the intention of the artist, to leave that space blank and to keep you in the silence, because I believe that silence as well speaks for itself. Even that blankness and emptiness somehow are not even empty and blank, even though they feel like that at the first time.
I think I have a question. I don't really know yet how to formulate it, but well, to what you just said, Adna, do you have an example of an art where silence or emptiness is provoked? And where that is, and where that is what it's about. Yeah.
So I think that the silence is something that is not really an objective thing, and it's not something that sometimes, even if the artist tries to reach the point of silence, he might fail. And even if he tries to tell you a lot of things, he might fail and produce the silence. For example, looking at Malevich's works, especially Black Square and White, to me is blankness, it's silence. But I think that is a subjective feeling of whether the work is leaving you with silence or is speaking to you somehow. And I have a question for Sylvia. You said that you always try to find the link between the artwork and to somehow find the way it communicates. How do you usually put this in words? How do you find that link, and how do you define that communication?
Questions, always asking questions, open questions, and trying to be how can I say that? Trying to connect with the person, the child, or the little group with whom I'm working. Sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's not, but trying to understand if they are reluctant, if they are, like already entering the color or the piece of art, whatever it is, and trying to find the open questions that will help them just reach by themselves and take what they want to take and find in the artwork. And I feel like a translator, someone who is helping, is taking you along, but then letting you discover by yourself. But I would like to add something. A long time ago, I went to an art education seminar. It was organized by the Goethe-Institut, by the way. And I was a young art educator at that time. And there were some colleagues from Germany. And we were taught to work as I have just explained. And these colleagues surprised us very much, because we were in a classical painting section of a museum. And they did like a workshop with Rubens painting. And actually, one of the boy and the girl undressed completely. And so it was like a performance. It was an art education workshop, and it became a performance. It was interesting, but I must say it was completely different from what I was thinking and the way I was working, which, as I have just explained, is accompanying people, but then, letting them. And so the fact that they were undressing was very theatrical, and they were stepping forward, was like entering. I don't know if I explain myself precisely. It was interesting, but it was more a performance than a guideline or some, a way to help people enter the painting. Voilà.
Now I have a question for Till. How do you, as a philosopher, you said that you study philosophy, how do you find the link between art and communication and philosophy? Do you think that philosophy is something that could be used as a tool to understand art and to somehow dig deeper into that communicational problem of art?
Maybe as a philosopher, I could answer that question, but I don't think I am a philosopher. However, yeah, I don't think I can answer that question. I'm not even sure if there is such a thing as what you just call the communication problem of art. Because and perhaps that comes back to what you were telling us about your work, Sylvie. I think I understand the aim or the process of guiding someone towards having an experience of an art piece, but I find it more difficult to understand what translating would mean in that context. Because I mean, or I guess translating or communicating always runs the risk of having a rather defined answer as to what a certain work is about. And yeah. Don't know. And yeah, but I guess to come back to your question, Adna, I'm not sure if studying philosophy is a good training for talking about art. I mean, perhaps, hopefully, but not so sure.
I just wanted to add something. I think the translation is maybe not the good word. Maybe it's more like tools, giving tools or offering tools, opening a toolbox and let people pick what they want in the toolbox. And maybe I can add a question to all three of you, which is of great interest, I think. It's the problem of cultural differences and art. I have had another experience which has been very important for me of meeting children in an Asian country, in Cambodia, where I was a teacher for some time, and showing them art from all around the world. And I would like to know what you think about yes, the cultural differences and artworks. Is it universal? Is it, you know?
If you think that art piece is made out of different visual codes and codes in general, and that these codes are read regarding your culture. I mean, culture is just one of the parts that helps you and is included in that process of reading something. I think that the cultural differences are something that is necessarily there, but not necessarily a bad thing. actually, I don't think that is a bad thing at all, because it just gives you a different perspective of an artwork, which means that an artwork is something open. It is itself a place for dialogue. It is itself something that is just a starting point for something else. And it's individual. The perception of art is always individual, and it's always subjective, no matter what you know, and no matter how many details you have about the artwork and how many texts you read about the artwork. It's always something that is subjective, and the feeling of perception is always going to be different, no matter the culture. That's, I think.
Yeah, it's a really good question, I think, about the cultural differences, because that was what was going on in my mind when you shared the story about experience and the with the performance, and you know, for you it was something different. So, and also that translating part, I also don't see it as a translation, but as a tools, as a way of helping, or as a leading way for your inner interpretation, because as you, Adna, said, it's always individual, first of all, and of course we all, and no matter from what kind of culture we are, all of us, even though we are from the same culture, we all might see the same art piece differently. For some of us, for me, it might be blank and no message or something. For someone, it might be, it might bring some very powerful emotions and thoughts, and not necessarily positive. It might be negative also. But I also find it, I find it important to go through that process alone or by myself. But what's even more powerful for me, it's when I share the experience of interpretation with someone, and not necessarily verbally, even just being in one space and sharing what is coming. But also, yeah, verbally, it's to have a discussion or just a dialogue, or just share what comes, and it is a leading. It's someone is holding your hand towards the understanding, to help you, or you are helping someone to understand what is in front of you. That process is also very important, and powerful for me.
Elena, you said that the art is actually very powerful. Do you think that its power should have a purpose? If we all agree that artworks in some way communicate one way or another, should this message that is being communicated be something that is socially engaged, something that has a cause or a purpose? Do you think that in this world that today we need art that is somehow obliged to communicate a certain message? I mean, that's the question for all of you.
Well, I can maybe, start building on this one. Well, one side of me wants to say that yes, of course, it has to have a purpose, and but you know, as we're talking here, it's for each of us, it's very individual and subjective, and sometimes the message or the purpose that the artist wanted to communicate I might not even see it. It might not even get to me. So, or if there was no message or no purpose at all, I might see a purpose and a message that is affecting me, or I can see how it fits in my environment, and you know, it might move me, and even the me as a person seeing the art, I might put the purpose or put the meaning on the art piece, and even though it wasn't there in the first place. So yeah, it's a difficult question. I mean, from my personal view, whatever I do, I always think about the purpose and why I do it. I think we all think the same way, one way or another, more or less. And about the art, if there's no meaning or purpose, we create it in one way or another too. So it's just yeah, it's not easy question, and there's no one answer to it also, I think.
Answering what you just said would mean that we put what we want. We find what we are looking for. Who said, was it Picasso who said, I'm not finding things, I'm looking for them and they're coming. Well, that's not the right sentence, but anyway, behind an art piece, there is an artist, and the artist has a social, economical status. In the old times, his artworks were ordered by rich princes, kings, etc. And today, after the Romantic, I'm sorry to have this little going backward in history, but after the Romantic time of the avant-garde of the artist as being against society, today he has to make a living. So I think it is important. I mean, when we look at art, we are not looking at the artist, but I think it might be interesting to think of the art piece as being also a sample of expression in this society with these rules and the way this art piece was made. Was it ordered by a town, a state? How is this artist? How is this art created, etc.? I think it is important to include these points of this thinking in the way we react to art and we reach it. Or okay.
So this was something that I was just curious about. How do you perceive this problem of causes and problem of messages? Because at least I, as an artist, I'm trying to somehow provoke a message and somehow not impose a certain message, but somehow provoke the spectator to think and to receive any kind of message, which is somehow selfish, yes, and hard, yes, but it's just something that I feel that is important. And yes, of course, it's always personal, and it's always something that you seek in art, and what you seek, you will find. That's for sure. So And Till, do you have anything to add to this?
I have a question which might be quite silly, but when you say that you try to not convey a certain message, but to provoke your audience to come up with whatever experience, if that's your goal, do you have a certain way of pursuing that? Do you have a method of some sort?
Yes, actually, and it's called paradox. I think that art has that ability to connect things that are in other ways really hard to connect and hard to combine. And then when you combine them, you have completely new meaning. And new meaning that, since it is new, it is something that is actually quite open and quite free, and people can read it in different ways and then understand it in different ways. So I'm pretty much trying to combine things that are not usually seen together. And that's the thing with communication. It's the misunderstanding. And I think that the main goal of art as communication is that there is no misunderstanding. You are free to understand art piece however you want. And I think that's what Sylvia is also telling us with the performance, because it was something that it was individual meaning, and it was an individual act, and it was an individual response. So, and it was some new communication that was, born in the process of communicating in the workshops. I don't know.
Can you perhaps also give some examples of things you're trying to connect or put together?
So as you can assume, my art practice is really political. And so in one work, for example, I was connecting mathematic formulas and physical formulas with some propaganda writings, ideological writings, and childish games. So you have three things that are not, you have something completely rational, something scientific, you have something that is part of our society, something that is a bit irrational, actually a lot of irrational is in there, and you have also something that is childish, something that is playful, and something that is imaginative and freed from ratio. It doesn't have to be rational. It's okay to be irrational. That's for one example.
Thank you for what you just said, because my experience is that we are committed to our habits in our lives, and the word I was thinking about when listening to you was unexpected. So art is for me unexpected things coming to you, like or Alice discovering Wonderland, and being small and then tall again, and all this wonderful trip, literary trip, artistic trip. And that's the most important thing, is to suddenly, something is striking, or something is struggling inside, or something is just making you, wow, change things. Maybe it changes a little thing, maybe it changes something very important, but it's unexpected. And bringing together things, just like you explained in your work, is something that lets people out of their habits, everyday habits, which is good for them. It's like eating an apple a day. It's good for your health and creativity.
Something that came to mind when you were talking about the subjective experience and when you, Sylvie, raised the question of whether or how art is universal, what came to mind was what perhaps a bit bulkily could be called sociology of art experience, which obviously is a factor, I think I'd just like to ask a question again to you, Edna, if that's something you you try to anticipate or to work with, yeah.
It's something that I'm trying to explore, something that is to me also playful, and something to me is a way, a place and space for communication with myself. So I'm just playing with it, I'm exploring it, and then I'm looking at different ways it goes. You know, when someone approaches me and says, "Hey, did you mean that?" or this, or "I was thinking about that," how I can communicate in one ways, and you can never expect in which way it will go. So it's something that I was just playing, and Gima is telling us that we have 10 minutes left. So maybe it would be good if we wrap things up a bit. And who wants to say something, some conclusion or last words or anything is welcome to.
It goes very quick, but I'm very much interested in hearing your points of views or ideas or words. What I want to say is through the different points we have been quickly exploring, I find what has led me throughout all my career, and what, how can I say that? What I found myself throughout art education. Art education is not a good word, but I don't have another one for the time being. It's that working with very different people, old people, young people, children, in France, elsewhere, in Asia. I also worked in hospitals with children who have very hard diseases like cancer. And I was bringing them art and working with them. Each time it's unexpected. That is that the public, child, adult, whatever, seizes for himself what is good and what is good for him or her, and makes whatever he wants with it. So that's my experience, that cultural differences, though it is interesting to study them, doesn't stop art, the freedom that comes from art. Well, I could say many more things, but I will be brief and
Thank you so much for your thoughts and ideas. I think what our dialogue here gave me, it's I realized what I'm missing. I'm missing that freedom and that unexpectedness and that going out of my habits, as you Sylvie brought that up. I am missing it because we all live now in the same situation, in this uncertainty, and yeah, and I think well, you know, I tried not to think too much during the whole time, you know. Yeah, we are in a lockdown and this and that, but now it's just, I think it really brought me, and museums are opening up, so I think next week I'm just gonna go and sit and just enjoy for a while. So thank you so much, really.
Yeah, thank you all. It's been quite a pleasure.
Thank you, everyone, for your thoughts and for your insights and for your questions about my art. It was really interesting to hear different points of view, and this is really a topic that could be explored for years and years, not just 1 hour, and that's why the time went by so fast, and we have all the feeling that we just started talking about it, actually. And I think that's also something beautiful, because it's something that art as itself is unexpected, and art and communication is something that it can never be figured out. It doesn't have an ending. So I think that's beautiful, and there's always a space for dialogue and different directions it could move us. So if anyone else wants to add something, you're free, because we have still a little time, so we can add something if you want.
I would be very happy to discover your art, Adna. If there is a link that can be sent.
Yes, thank you for that. I will send you my website.
Okay.
And please let me know what you think.
Sure. I will. And then may I say another word, because I would like again to thank you, and to say how wonderful this experience is. Maybe everybody says that, but I just wanted to say it myself. And it is a way to travel and to meet, which is something we cannot do. And so let's hope for a better future with a lot of art and artists.
Okay, thank you, Sylvia, much for the words, and thank you for your interest and for your time. And with this sound, we are finishing our dialogue. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. I came back to say thank you so much. Was really precious, also because I'm an artist working for Solidialogues, but I'm also an artist. I would like also to add something that I know a work from a woman. She's a philosopher, American, I think. Her name is Jane Houston, and she developed a concept about social artistry. And it's something really beautiful and precious that she says, social artistry is the art of enhancing human capacities in the light of social complexity. It seeks to bring new ways of thinking, being, and doing to social challenges in the world. So I also would love to share this with you and her link if you are curious about her stuff. It's pretty nice. And I also say thank you so much for your time here. It was pretty nice to watch your dialogue. We have a short survey that I would paste here for you, also asking you if you have a short time to check it. It will help us a lot to grow the project. And maybe also you can find some other participants in this room that I'm also going to share with you. It's the Wonder. You can have a time there. If there's someone, you just need to drag your profile camera to find others on the space, and then the cameras will bloop up, and then you have conversation with other people from other dialogues, okay? Okay, guys, thank you so much. Hope to see you in another dialogues.
Thank you.
Um beijo, tchau, tchau.
Bye, thank you.